days on, 1 day off, 2 days on, 1 day off schedule for the foreseeable future, and see how that goes and how I'm doing head-wise by the end of like spring at the very least. So yeah, that's kind of the new schedule, and I think it's time for us to dive into Longdeath for year 192. Yeah, ideally it won't affect the YouTube channel at all. Like, I'm basically going for like 1 to 2 uploads per day on YouTube, and the way that I stream, I don't believe that people on YouTube will even notice, right? That I'm streaming 1 day less a week. So I think that's kind of the idea there. And for the people over here on Twitch, it's like, well, there will be stuff on YouTube, and you know, I kind of don't say this enough, but I'm part of a stream team with a bunch of really good people who do stream on Mondays, who will be streaming on Mondays. And when I'm not around on Mondays, it'll be an opportunity for people to go watch them, right? And they are great people who also deserve support and views. So there's that as well. I need to sneeze. So I'm just kind of like sitting here embracing. But I haven't sneezed yet, so I'm going to assume I'm not going to sneeze. Anyway, year 192 of the Absolute Realm. Team Mondays off. Well, I mean, it's Team Mondays off, so we can let the Monday shift do shit. So Bellinaire and Jess can do stuff. It's like, Bellinaire was commenting when I was in his stream last night. He's like, man, Blind, you're taking Mondays off too? Man, I'm going to have nobody to watch. I'm like, you literally turn your stream on at the same time I do. You're not watching me anyways, man. The hell? So, you know, we'll see how it goes. It was just kind of funny. It's like, the hell, man. Year 192 of the Absolute Realm. Also, apparently, the year 100 save is, like, busted, which is interesting, because I re-uploaded it. So there's that. Apparently, it's busted. But, I don't know. So I'm going to grab the link for that, and then I'll do an overview of the fort in a second. Just for the person who wants it. Just be like, here you go. Get link. Person with can view. There you go. But yeah, so we've already traded with the humans. The old tavern, for those of you who know this fortress well, is now the trading space. So that's where traders will buy and sell their wares. As for the fortress itself, the new tavern is a little ways up, all the way up here. This is the tavern now. One of the plans for today is this stairwell kind of in the middle of those X's. Down here, I've already started work on it, but I've got those floors built around the edge, and there's bits of green there. I'm basically encasing it in green glass, so it's going to have green glass windows going all the way up and be a little bit less dangerous for you know, when we're getting dive bombed by buzzards, because we almost lost one of my good dwarves. We almost lost Tiny Goliath on that, which would have been really bad. Tiny Goliath is my captain of the guard and a homegrown dwarf who is 23 years old, quite a young dwarf, and dreams of making a great discovery. And that would have been an absolute travesty if that were to happen. Also, because you dream of making a discovery, I'm going to put you into the library, or I'm going to put Tiny Goliath into the library. So literally, Tiny Goliath is going to read and study and then go punch fools in the face when they commit crimes. Which seems like a pretty good job to do. Our mayor currently is Sparkly 4K. Danny UG, who was our mayor previously, is still in the fortress and still alive and well. However, we seem to have a relatively functioning two-party system now, once again, in Longdeath, which is weird to actually have more than one political party or political dwarf, I guess, getting voted in as mayor. So The actual living dwarves in the fortress are Apostle, Axon II, Chimp, Danny UG, the Skoid, Peter II, Belag II, Taurus II, Abe Xandi, Orson Frakes, Vuzel Vuzel, Vinsati II, Ragswolf, Black Hole, Kade. What's that? Oh, the old clip. And Trees, Tiny Goliath, Sparkly 4K, Simplex, Anton Iceland, Eternal Clay, Dreadvik, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Zanny 66, Vigario Pro, Sock Smell, Zopiu, Narvicious the Tavern Keeper, Stone, Goffer II, Little M Katsu, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Blue Water, Defcom, Candle Pixie, and of course, Rhine II. We're still kind of in Dwarfy breeding mode where I really need these dwarves to make babies. So we're going to be working on that. +1 for democracy. I mean, dwarves actually having democracy in Dwarf Fortress is wild. Like, semi-functioning democracy. It's supposed to just be like, oh, you're mayor? All right, well, you will be mayor until you die of old age, or we drop a rock on your head. That's usually how it goes, but it's kind of neat to actually have like a relatively functional party system. We're in midsummer of the year 192, meaning we're actually getting kind of close to paperwork season. Heads up, Stone. And yeah, that's the current take on the fort. If anybody would like me to check in on their dwarf, just give me a shout. And yeah, that's things. That's kind of the brief overview for Longdeath. Late night tonight we'll be playing Jupiter Hell. So that's kind of what the plans for the day are. Tomorrow we'll do a full day of Caves of Cud. And somewhere between today and tomorrow I'll play some more 7-day RLs. Maybe tonight, definitely tomorrow in the evening. So yeah, that's kind of the plan for the next 2 days. Also, Thursday's news day, so that should be fun. Kind of curious to see what the next major news dump will be. I know that they were teasing goblins previously, so I'm kind of hoping it'll be green boys. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. Well, green and brown boys, I guess. It's kind of what I'm hoping for. Has anybody been playing Dwarfs recently? Has anybody had anything interesting happen recently in Dwarfs, if you've been playing recently? I kind of want to just do a day, because I haven't done this in a while. I kind of want to just generate a couple of worlds and read the legends, because I haven't really done that in a while, and I kind of just like reading legends. You want a new Dwarf? We'll just hang out, and hopefully we'll get some babies today. I know Apostle keeps making babies, which is very nice. The actual like population count of the fortress is up to 32. Which is good. We were down to 28. So only 2 of the triplets are still alive, which is very sad. But the fact that we still have 2 of them alive is pretty good, in my opinion. I want to say it's Goffer. It's one of them. Yeah. 11 years old. Yeah, so like we're getting there. Our younger dwarves are growing up slowly. It's kind of a slow process, but hopefully today we get more babies. And that's kind of the biggest hope. But, you know, we can hope. We can hope. We're also over here working on sand and glass windows. And, of course, charcoal. So we've got some things that we are able to work on, which is quite nice. And we're slowly building out things. Another game that got a patch today is War Sim, and I'm kind of sitting here going like, I really like War Sim. I don't think I should play that for every patch, though, because I'm looking at how rapidly he adds content, and I'm thinking, I think with War Sim, what we should do is just like do a big run like once every... Remember that sneeze I needed to do? Yeah, that was it. Well, I think we'll do a big run for that game like once every couple of months or so. Just do a big run through of it once every couple of months. Because I would like to play more War Sim. That game's very fun. Thank you, Animal. Not sure where that one came from. Is there any games that you guys are looking forward to right now? Because, like, I feel like all the games I'm looking forward to right now, I'm not actually looking forward to. It's more of like a ironic, I'm looking forward to this. Like, I'm very excited for that Starship Troopers game. I am only like 10% certain it'll be decent. Mostly certain it's going to be trash. I hope it's okay. I hope it's acceptable. It's like, please don't be shit. Please don't be shit. Please don't be shit. Monster Hunter Rise. Yeah, I've heard a lot of rumbles about that. That one seems a little weird to me because, I don't know. I guess I would be, I'm not a Monster Hunter person, but I would be much more interested in a Monster Hunter World 2 than a Monster Hunter Rise. You and your little brother are going to play together? Do you have 2 Switches? I know that game's also coming to PC. So I have a feeling that's when most people will play it. But here come the dwarfs with the glass. And those windows get installed. Yeah, I don't even own a Switch, so it's like that isn't even a platform that I am really following all that closely. But yeah, no, because we just have like quite literally unlimited access to glass. I can very easily just make this into a big old glass tube, which is what I'm currently doing. And I got Dwarves making green glass windows. Currently, it's Belug the second making green glass windows, who seems to be very satisfied at work with the whole ordeal. Actually, I was going to check in with Tiny Goliath, who is now, well, not doing the thing that I wanted you to do, because you dream of making a great discovery, which is a little bit more difficult to achieve. But I would like to see if we could do that. I mean, you know, university will do that. I have a feeling that KSP2 is kind of a Dwarf Fortress situation where it's like, it'll come out, and when it comes out, it'll be good. I believe it'll be out in 2024, but, you know, I'm sure it'll be good when it comes out. I just want to see Das Valdez with 100,000 viewers when it comes out, and EJ with like 50,000 viewers. They're still making Disgaea games? Holy shit. I just remember I've never played a Disgaea game, but I have friends who did back in the day, and I just remember whenever a Disgaea game would come out and like all my friends would disappear for like 6 months, because those are just games that will just not ruin your life, but like use a lot of time if you allow it to, you know? I read that as they're making a ton of mistakes with Disgaea games, and I was like, wait, how so? But remakes, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because like because Rune Factory was also mentioned, and my brain went to Harvest Moon, because the new Harvest Moon games that have the Harvest Moon branding are like notoriously terrible, like not even semi-redeemable, like just awful games, which kind of sucks. But you know, it is what it is, right? It's been quite a while since Mainline 1 came out. Well, that's because nobody finished the last one. Those games are like 75,000 hours long. So obviously they haven't put a new one out because like they haven't finished the last one. Just makes perfect sense to me. I don't know about you. Absolutely perfect sense to me. Yeah, no, exactly. But even Story of Seasons is like notoriously not great. Every time like I look at or look into the Story of Seasons games, people are like, yeah, they're like okay. But everybody's just like, Harvest Moon's better. Or not Harvest Moon's better. Everyone's like Stardew's better. More or less. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's weird branding for a weird franchise. Yeah, no problem. I mean, like a lot of people have been saying that like Skyrim is the cockroach of video games where you just can't kill it. The new one's good, is it? Skyrim's like the cockroach of video games, but I feel like there's actually like a lot of cockroaches of video games. There's actually kind of a lot of those. Especially like Doom, for example. What, Story of Seasons just released? If KSP2 is good, they will be up in their numbers. They're trying to add a lot to it. More planetary systems, multiplayer, and the ability to make bases on other planets. Build rockets, that's a lot. Oh, no, totally. I mean, it's literally a fucking universe. This is what it is, so. And no one has ever made a good space game. Every space game's like, yeah. Sometimes the stuff around the space bit is good. How are the dwarves? Not killing each other currently, actually. It's kind of nice. None of my dwarves have been upset for a while. I've made a new tavern, which is up here. So the old tavern is now my barracks / trading room, and kitchen's on top of it. So this is the old barracks, which is now where we trade. And this right here around the waterfall is where my military trains. So they literally train in a waterfall. And they really, 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 really like that. What about FTL? Where did FTL come from? But, like, sure. But FTL isn't a good space game. It's not a good space game, though. It's a good strategy game that happens to have the theming of spaceships. It's not really what I would call a space game. No, Krabicus 2's been dead for like 20 years, Krabicus. Apologies. No, when I say space game, I mean like Elite Dangerous is a space game. The X franchise are space games. EVE Online is a space game. Kerbal is a space game. FTL is a game that has space theming, but it's not really a space game. Does that make sense? Whereas like Jupiter Hell, kind of a space game. It takes place on the moons of Jupiter. Is it a space game? No, not really. You know? Like Space Engineers is a space game. Fucking No Man's Sky is a space game. That's what I mean. Every single space game has the caveat of you spend a lot of time just flying doing nothing with not a lot in between. Exactly. In space instead of about space. Not to be confused with about face, which is totally different. And there's a Blizzard in my chat. Be careful, he'll go into Overwatch. That didn't make any sense. What's up, Formal? How do you feel? How is thing? I hope thing be good. Oh, also, I will be poking you and Pythania and a few other people about a thing in July. Soonish. Yeah, exactly. Well, here's the thing. Like, the X franchise games are good. But they're not very good space games. They're really good business and empire management games. You know? Like, they do the Mountain Blade side of it better than the actual space bit. Like, the part in X where you're flying around and being a spaceship is not great. And never has been. Like, even in the most recent X, it's like, I mean, it's there. But, like, it's not great. The part where X shines is the part where you build your space empire, right? The part where you're flying around is like, blah. No, I mean, it's pretty good, too. Like, No Man's Sky has some pretty good bits to it, right? But I would still argue it's not a very good space game. And there's many ways that you can argue that no matter how good No Man's Sky has gotten, and it is pretty okay now. It's pretty okay. And, like, Elite Dangerous is pretty okay. And, like, but the space part is still not great. I mean, sure. Gravicus, sure. Yeah, exactly. Like, I played a shit ton of X2 back in the day, right? And X2 was really, really, really boring until, like, hour 25. And then you're like, oh, I understand what you're trying to do here now. are also donuts. So you're telling me they were a delicious sugary treat? Because I don't recall that. I've never actually played No Man's Sky. Like, the trailers made me motion sick, and streams of it make me motion sick, so I know playing it will make me absurdly motion sick, so I never even bothered with that one. But, yeah, I don't know. There's no good space games. One day somebody will make a good space game. But, like Star Wars Battlefront 2, not the modern one, like the old one, was a game I played quite a bit. And it had space levels, and I loved the space levels. But I loved the space levels not because the flying around in the ships and shooting things was fun. I loved the space levels because it's really fun to fly a ship underneath a Star Destroyer, you know? I'm trying to think of other games of space. I really liked TIE Fighter, but flying the ship around in TIE Fighter isn't really the best part of TIE Fighter. It's the story, the way the story interacts with the characters, and the kind of spectacle of it that's fun. They're actually tourists. The in-game engine makes them look like spheres through trickery. Huh. I haven't played Star Sector, so I can't speak to it. Because it's crazy hard to get uniform spheres with voxels. Huh. This is all news to me. Maybe I need, is there like a video or like a write-up on this shit that I could read? Because it sounds kind of fascinating. I've got almost no interest in No Man's Sky, but that sounds neat. I like those kinds of game design tricks. That shit's interesting. But anyway, we're playing Dwarf Fort. What we're mostly trying to do right now, because the whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. We are trying to repopulate the fort right now. So it's quite literally just giving them minimal jobs and just letting them socialize a whole bunch and make friends and make more dwarves. Yes, the dwarfs need to breed, if that's what you want to say. Or in Sims terms, I need them to woohoo a bit. So that requires a lot of patience. So that's what we're doing right now. So it'll be a lot of, watching dwarves do their things, trading, and dealing with mandates as they come up, but a whole lot of just letting dwarves do their thing. How long has this fort been running? About 6 months. Real time. But I can show you I want to say we're on year 187. We started on year 5. Make friend and more dwarf. But, yeah, we are on year 192. The full fortress is kind of large. Kind of large. Goes all the way up to this, which once I get more dwarves, we need to do more big old construction work on it. And then I also have like the burial chamber where I put all the corpses. My little maze, which has a minotaur in it, and 3 Entons and 2 giants. The emergency bunker layer, the drainage layer, and the coin storage, and then the caverns are down here. So we are on to great-great-grandkids from the original 7. One of my dwarves my mayor who recently died was actually the great-granddaughter of one of the original starting 7. Really makes me wonder how they do that shit in Elite Dangerous, though. There, it's in my YouTube history, so I can find it later. Yeah, it really makes me wonder how they do that shit in Elite Dangerous. Because Elite Dangerous generates worlds that are so freaking believable. And they're at a believable scale, too. Yeah, I would say that Elite Dangerous is the only space game I've truly enjoyed in the last, like, 10 years, and I've played a couple of them. Did your dwarf ever have kids? I want to say no. I know you had siblings, Gate Nerd, but you did die of old age, so there is that. I wouldn't say it's fantastic. Formal. I don't know how much Elite Dangerous you played, but I wouldn't say it's fantastic. But I will probably go back when they add space legs. Just out of sheer curiosity. So there's that. But yeah, so this fort's been going on for a while. And will go on for a while. Although, like I've said, I know that I could speed up the time for it if I really wanted to. If I just sat down and grinded this fortress, we could get her done in 6 months. Great world with nothing meaningful to do in it is a perfect way to describe Elite. The weird thing about Elite is they kind of went halfway down the road towards an EVE Online style of things. Where it's like, they kind of went halfway with like player-controlled systems and stuff, but the way they go about actually making player-controlled systems is so fucking boring. Autumn has come. It's like, well, you could have gone the EVE Online route and just, you know, made every item in the game player-sourced and controllable, but instead you're just like, oh, if you want to take over this system, your faction has to do more jobs in this system. Cool. So, more fetch quests. Awesome. So. But I genuinely think that Elite Dangerous has the best flight model and the best space world to fly around in that I've ever played in a video game. Holy crap, that human's running quick. Heads up, Stone. We got tributes. We got the tributes. These guys are moving real quick. Must be really light. I don't know if Stone's here, but he was here earlier. So one tribute is available. Curious which one they're going to go to, because there's actually 2 spots they could go to. Ah, Stone is here. That other human is already gone. Holy shit, you moved quick. Rope, thread, buckler, pick, leather bag, and cheese. No wonder they were so fast. None of that stuff weighs anything. Was Artemis Spaceship Bridge Sim? That was the one on phones, right? I kind of wish that there was some way to play that game on a PC. Because I don't think there is. Imagine if it was just free to play on Steam. I feel like that game would do really well. Yeah, you literally just sprinted in and out of the fortress at full marathon pace. Was it on PC? I thought that Artemis was only on phones. Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, it is on PC. Yeah, because it was on phones initially. Okay, here's the problem with Artemis Bridge Simulator. It's $779, but in order to actually play it, you need 6 people, and this 6-pack is $40. That's the problem with it. That's the problem with it. If that thing was fucking free to play, because I played it with people at work, but we played it on phones. Like, we all had it on phones, and we would play it on our lunch break. Yeah, also it looks ugly as shit. That's also... White stork leather backpack. Neat. That's also a problem with it, but... I don't know, man. Well, that game was a lot of fun on phones, but... I wouldn't, Oh, hey, they brought a dog. I wouldn't, really recommend it to people these days at that asking point. Like, if they put that game out for free during the pandemic and remastered it and prettied it up, I think that game would have done great. Artemis Bridge Simulator? It is super cool, yeah. Wasn't there like a not open source version, but like a game that's was just a crowdsourced tabletop game that was designed with the same kind of rule idea set? Could that be what you're thinking of? Where like one person needs to leave? I think like the best example of something like that is like Star Trek Bridge Crew. Is kind of the best example of that idea, I guess, done currently. Or what's that other game? It's not Star Trek Bridge Crew. Pulsar Lost Colony, I think was the name of it. That was a game that I always wanted to try playing. Where it's like 5-player co-op and you need 5 people to play it. Yeah, Pulsar Lost Colony. Yeah, online co-op game, you need 5 people, basically. Each person has a job on the ship, and then you go do dungeons on planets and stuff. Everybody's a different class, and you have a different set of jobs. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just a really hard. And also, I might be talking out of my ass here, but I seem to recall something about the studio. Yeah. So if you notice, if you look at Artemis Bridge Simulator, this is actually true. If you look at it, there's no developer listed because the developer doesn't exist anymore. And I want to say that there was some sort of not infighting. Also, it doesn't even have online play. It has the only way to play Artemis Bridge Simulator on PC with other people is through remote play. It doesn't even have online. So it's expecting you to play it on PC locally. Good luck with that. Anyway, I recall reading about something about the studio going under due to like differences between the studio members. Like it doesn't exist anymore because they stopped getting along. I remember reading about that. Yeah, it doesn't have online play. It literally, yeah, it's a local PC game. So I guess you could do it at a LAN party, but like there's no other way to play that thing. So, I don't know. I wonder why that game failed. I wonder why. I mean, of course there are land simulators, but there's reasons why nobody played fucking Risk of Rain online. It's because it's like there's a point in history where multiplayer stuff got good enough that if you don't put the basic multiplayer functionality into your video game, no one's going to play it. Right? And we hit that point a long time ago. The dwarves are here to trade, by the way, as well as Ficod, the outpost liaison. Ooh, the naturalist black hole has discovered foraging behavior and the diet of creatures. Fascinating. Good on you, black hole. Good on you. Anyway, there's a point in history where it's like, if you don't put basic fucking functionality, multiplayer functionality into your multiplayer game, nobody's going to play it, right? There's just a point where that happened, right? And unless it's like a free thing that someone made for fun, there's kind of like basic quality requirements for a sold thing, especially in a world where like Among Us exists, right? Like, yes, Among Us is $5, but it's also free on phones. I remember Bridge Crew costing money on phones. And having to convince people to play that thing, it's like, man. I feel if that thing had like a remaster during the pandemic, I think it probably could have taken off actually. But anyway, we got here from Space Games. This was a good little trip. Thanks for taking part in this fun little conversation while I prepare to trade with some dwarves. And also, if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress and stuff related to DF and this fortress or anything that I'm doing, feel free to ask. And if you're new to the game and have questions that you want answered, just give me a shout and I will do my best. And welcome to DF. gonna sell all of these arrows. So I'm not actually using them because I don't have any bows in the fort. But there's no reason to keep the arrows. I mean, I'm not sure what you're referencing, so maybe Gravicus, but also maybe not. I don't know. All right, make high boots is what the mayor would like. So we'll queue up a single high boot. And Ficode says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes once again. Information has been added to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just the usual, all of the wood, please. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. And I look forward to our meeting next year, because of course our fortunes rise and fall together. Give us your darkest wares. You know, I really hope that more lines of dialogue get added to that before the Steam version, because it's not wasted, but like there's so much more they could do with that. What's up, Wave Depletion? Oh, also, let's just bring all of those. That's something that the old mayor kept on mandating I make. Might as well clear out all the space for him. Good morning, Wave Depletion. I mean, I've wanted dwarves to be able to smoke for a very long time. There's even a pretty advanced mod for it. But I think it would be really neat if they could have pipes that they would just carry around with themselves and puff on occasionally, just as like a form of positive mood generation. And it would also be really cool if you could build large, like stationary pipes, sort of like a hookah. But I don't know. It's one of the dwarfiest things in Dwarf Fortress that is not in Dwarf Fortress. That could be in Dwarf Fortress that is not in Dwarf Fortress. That's what I was thinking of. Because like when I think about dwarves, I think about, you know, Lord of the Rings. And when I think about Lord of the Rings, the first thing that comes to mind is like dwarf with "and my axe" line, right? And the second thing that comes to mind is puffing on smokeweed, right? But who knows? I certainly don't. One day maybe. One day maybe not. Although it would just add on to the M rating that Dwarf Fortress would get one day. Which I think would be very funny. Just the concept of Dwarf Fortress being rated M for mature is very funny to me. And, you know, it's going to happen. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is going to have a vape and cat cafe, right? That's just Dwarf Fort. It's like, it's a cat cafe, also vape cafe. Run by a bunch of naked, insane humans that break shit and murder you at once a month. Dwarf Fortress. It's a family-friendly game. Mayor is happy about us making high boots. Excellent. That poor dwarf who's just going from place to place cleaning up vomit. Just Axon going from spot to spot cleaning up vomit. But satisfied at work. Alright, whatever works for you there, dwarf. Or just as part of the tavern. No, get lost. Here's the thing, though. That's not how the ESRB works. There's actually a really good video on NoClip where they interview a bunch of people who work at the ESRB and like talk to them about how they rate games. It's actually kind of fascinating because the way it works is they don't actually play through the whole games. The developers are simply told to send them the most violent or like rating intensive sequences from their games. So it's up to the developer to send them footage basically. And then they rate based off of that. It's like the frequency, the duration, and the context of those events. And then they play through a part of the game. They don't actually play through the whole thing to rate it, which I think is kind of neat. So I guess for Dwarf Fortress, it would just be a bunch of dwarves with their intestines running out, just running around, screaming, and then like a baby falling off of a wall and going splat. Although I don't actually think it's gonna be rated by the ESRB, is it? Hold on. I'm looking at the Dwarf Fortress version on Steam. I don't think it will be, but time is subjective. And yeah, no, it won't be rated. Although I would like to remind you all that Dwarf Fortress does have a mature content warning on Steam, which says, the developers describe the content like this. Dwarf Fortress contains textual descriptions of violence and static 2D sprites that may have violent ends. Alcohol consumption is required for a dwarven fortress to run smoothly, as described in text. Dwarves can experience mental anguish, and in extreme cases, it can lead to them taking the lives of themselves and or others. Just like, whoa, Dwarfort, you too real. But it's all of that is totally true, right? It's like maybe takes the life of others and makes them into a chair. Also should be mentioned. Because the reviewers don't understand ASCII. I think if you genuinely believe that people who review video games are that stupid, I think you should continue believing that and realize that you're insulting some incredibly intelligent people who really, really enjoy video games. That's all I will say to you, Kravicus. That's an incredibly shitty thing to say. I don't know. I really hate it when people just like knock down other people's intelligence because they're just like, oh, you're bad at your job. It's like, well, what the fuck do you know? It's like, by that logic, every single streamer should be dropping a racial slur every 15 minutes because of a heated gamer moment. What? Air quotes, by the way. Let's go to the grave of our ancestor. It is it's a chair in the dining room. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Sometimes that's the kind of shit that you need, you know? That just freed up so much space in my fort. It's not even funny. Totally just gonna stop working on the charcoal and just let them put the logs away. Another mandate? Really? That was fast. I boot. You might almost need to speak to me like I'm 5-wave. I'm not actually sure where I was referencing TB there. If I was, it was accidentally. All right, I think that's it for trading. It's a good amount we were able to get out of here. Oh, we were just memeing about game reviewer intelligence. That's like the thing that TV did that I really disliked. I always disliked that. Some of the smartest people I've ever had the pleasure of speaking with review video games. It's just kind of I don't know. I never quite understood the vitriolic hatred towards people who have cool jobs who are often very literate, smart people. Like, yes, there's a few examples of writers who have absolutely no idea what they're talking about, but that goes for literally every medium. But it's the thing that single-handedly has made me unironically hate, air quotes, gamers, I guess, and stop being okay with being associated with gaming as a hobby, even though I probably play more video games in 2 days than most people do in months. It's just kind of like the way I've been wired ever since all that shit started happening. Feels like it was so long ago now, too. How are we doing on that glass? All right. Collect sand. Let's go. Let's say 100. And just let that run for a couple of minutes, and then I'll start making glass windows again. I think a lot of that stuff is actually just kind of jealousy of the jobs that some people get. But then again, I think I'm also like a lot more apologetic towards game reviewers than some people, just because I've been listening to, the Giant Bombcast since 2007. I listened to the Hotspot podcast. I listened to a lot of podcasts run by a lot of games journalists, and I have for a very, very, very long time. And so, I don't know. I kind of feel like I understand a little bit more of their thought process probably than the average person who listens to that stuff or reads an article, because, like, I listen to these people talk 3 times a week, more than most people, I guess. Best of luck with your investment, Animal. And I'm also pretty selective with the writers I read. Whereas it's like, you can find good shit written about anything. The Outpost Liaison shared a rumor from abroad. Another one. I really wish it would say what rumor. But, whoa. Thultag Tool Justice became the mayor of the Boot of Lucidity, replacing Domas Swallow Standard? That's a stressing last name. And that's our rumors. And Lytast Control Anvil became the mayor of the Saber of Prophecy. I feel like we got that one yesterday. And Normal Group Channel is still marching on the gubbins. No news from around the world, just those spots. But that is new. Interesting. Stories of the local forts. Do you know that the most mathematically optimal amount to invest, Cutest, is 3? Lowest risk, highest payout, guaranteed to have made your money back by the time the next one comes around if you lose. $500 new features. This is why I get scared off of Warsim every time. Like I've put a decent amount of time into Warsim now, right? And Dev just posts a thing on their Patreon releasing the overwhelmingly positive update because they hit overwhelmingly positive reviews, because they hit 500 reviews. You need 500 reviews to be overwhelmingly positive, and so he added 500 features. Granted, most of them are like, add a new screen in this thing. I think most of them are name suffix can be further so names can be further randomized. Okay, so that's 53 new names. New names have been added. Sound improvement efforts. There's a shit ton of new sound effects. Motherfucker. You can kick people out of the... Ooh. The Great Gnome Casino. All right. All right. All right. All right. The Great Gnome Casino. I'm listening. Should I start doing news and update videos on other games outside of Dwarf Fort? Because right now I've just got like the Dwarf Fortress Steam news thing. And I've been debating on doing Jupiter Hell patch notes up, like videos. I feel like War Sim patch notes videos would be fun too. Same with Caves of Cud, but also those would just get long. Well, it's also great to find reviewers that you disagree with a lot that have interesting opinions, right? Animal? I mean, half of the people that I listen to and read a lot who review video games have opposite tastes than me. Like, I really like listening to Jeff Gerstmann. He really likes a lot of games that I really don't like. Zapdos, what up? It's good to see you. Hope things are well. Zappin'. What is zappin' currently? You're exceptionally happy. You have happy pills now? Happy pills are good. It's just like when a friend of mine's like, I think I took too many of my meds, and I was like, why? And they were just like, as I feel extremely happy. I'm like, uh-oh. Feel that way about what? I know a few people who review Humble Bundles, and to me that's always the weirdest fucking thing in the world, because it's literally the equivalent of saying, hey, buy this Humble Bundle with my link, yo. That's always how it reads to me. That's always how it reads. No matter the context, it's always just, you'll buy this Humble Bundle with my link, please. Playing some Animal Crossing. Good shit. Hopefully you're enjoying the crossing of animals. I feel like people kind of fell off that game a bit, but... You'd listen to those update vids? Maybe. Maybe that's something I should do. I mean, I now have more time in my week, so maybe that's something we could do. You appreciate getting a different viewpoint. Okay, fair enough. I'm not too familiar with that group exactly, but it's a game to play. It's about your personal island and waiting in real time. I mean, sure, okay, but like the discourse around that game seems to have slowed down a lot. I feel like people kind of ran out of shit to do. Doesn't feel anything after being unable to practice a martial art for too long. Huh. Well, I'll put you into the Eternal Guard and let you train with them next time they're training. In fact, let's let you guys go train for a bit. And be like, you're now a recruit. No, I know totally, but like, it kind of feels like it was the only game I heard anybody talk about for about 3 months. And now I hear about Animal Crossing once every 3 weeks when somebody mentions it in chat. Like it's just one of those games that's huge there and a billion people play it, but nobody really talks about it loudly. You know what I mean? Kind of like League of Legends. It's huge, big, and it's right there, but no one really talks about it. Cutest, you have a good night. Thank you very much for swinging by, as always. Half-Life, Animal Crossing, and Doom came out at the same time. You're referring to Half-Life Alyx, right? Because my brain went to, like, the 90s of video games. I was like, the first Animal Crossing didn't come out in the 90s? What? Because, like, Half-Life and Doom also certainly didn't. Yeah, okay. You're talking about, like, last year. Like, Doom Eternal, Half-Life Alyx, and Animal... I guess. Fair enough. It was, like, 3 completely separate echo chambers at exactly the same time. I was just semi-perplexed for a moment there. This is going to be the happiest dwarf in the world in a minute. Because this dwarf's been really happy anyway, but also really wants to practice a martial art. And now we're suddenly letting you practice a martial art, and it's just already satisfied, so. So video game it is? Yeah. Everyone was stuck at home. Everyone was indeed stuck at home and still is stuck at home, hopefully. You just like being able to say that Half-Life came out? Sure, but when you say that Half-Life came out, it throws me off, right? Also, I've just like gotten used to calling Half-Life Alyx just Alyx. On Thursday? Fuck yeah, dude. Last time okay, so I've been on like this roller coaster of emotions. A month and a half ago, I spoke with my doctor and my pharmacist and was like, hey, when are vaccines gonna happen? And I heard this from both of them, where they both said, you're lucky, we'll be lucky if we can get you one by September. So they were like, probably November. I'm like sitting there going like, I don't want to wait until fucking November to get a vaccine. Just as somebody who's at risk, it's like, that's fucked. So that's basically what I was looking at for last month. And then I spoke with my pharmacist again, like 3 days ago. I think it was Saturday. And she was just like, check the news in April because you might qualify in April. Like, that's a bit of an improvement. I still really wouldn't be able to do much, but I don't know. As long as I get vaccines by June, I'm happy. I'll be okay with that. Yes, but I would know what you were talking about and not get confused. Zapdos, sure. I wouldn't get confused. Making some din. What's for din? What's the rose gold statue? Why is my phone ringing? Hold up. I've heard this exact call before, but never with the music. It's been about 3 months since I've gotten that one. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's a pretty common spam call. I've heard it a couple of times, but never with the music. The music is new. So that's a recent addition to the garbage. They're saying Canada Chinese something. Thanks. I knew that much. That much is obvious. It's definitely it's absolutely in Chinese, yes. I have no idea what the fuck it is. Probably. I don't know. But they're calling me. And I wish that they would stop. into getting their visas fixed. Most of them are scam artists trying to scare Chinese immigrant seniors with lots of money. I can't play it again. I've already hung up. You could go back in the VOD, but I can't pick it. I can't pick it back up. That was a live phone call with the bot recorded. Maybe they want to give me a vaccine. I doubt it. Because there was another one that was calling people at the beginning of which didn't have music and similar sounding voice, but like definitely was different words. Back at the beginning of the pandemic, that was literally just trying to scam people out of lots of money, basically stating it's like, if you were because I remember reading a transcript of it. It was essentially just stating, if you are a Chinese citizen living in Canada, you have to renew your visa. Here's where you renew your visa, and it would link you to a phishing website that would steal your shit. Yeah, it's scammers bullying Chinese immigrants. And she gets those a lot too. That sucks, man. Because like we have a pretty large Chinese immigrant population here, as well as like Korean and Japanese as well. Just because of how close Vancouver, Canada is to Asia. So there's a lot of people that own housing or property over here and move back and forth, or people that have just moved here. So especially like with all the shit happening in Hong Kong, a lot of people fucking packed up and moved to Canada. Which I don't blame them. So it's like, it's very much a, I think that there's an older population that are very easily preyed upon, and that's what I always assume those are. But it was just fucking weird that it had music, because that's new. And I haven't heard that in like 6 months. It's not just racist scammers, scammers are opportunistic, right? If they see an opportunity, they jump for the opportunity. You know, if it's, let's make grandma pay her tax return twice, they'll make grandma pay her tax return twice. If it's make grandma pay for her visa again, they'll do that, you know? If it's hold your computer hostage with a phishing email, they'll do that, you know? Scammers are just opportunistic, and when they see an opportunity, they fucking take it. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it's racist. It's definitely opportunistic, though. Opportunistic and shitty. Heck, they might be from China. Like, you never know. I don't know if I want to get into, like, deep Chinese politics outside of this, but that's definitely something that they're doing, yes. They definitely are from China. At least originally were from China. They could be anywhere in the world. Phone phishing is not exactly, like, you're not required to be in a specific place to make a phone call. You can be literally anywhere in the world and make it look like it's coming from literally anywhere in the world. So who knows? Could be Russian, could be Chinese, could be Korean, could be Canadian, could be American, could be fucking Colombian. Doesn't matter. It could be from anywhere. It could be from the goddamn moon. I say China all the damn time. And you're not funny at all, Diamond. I'm actually going to delete that because that is sort of kind of a shitty joke. There's some things I just don't want to see in my chat, and that's one of them. Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing to do. Kitboga also kind of like fits into kind of a not necessarily family friendly, but like family accessible format. Glad you understand, Diamond. Please don't make shitty jokes. It's funny because like people in California are all like, we have really good Chinese food and Asian food. I'm like, you ain't got shit. Because ours is just as good, but way fucking cheaper. That's like the biggest difference. Good morning, Diamond. How is you? It's like the difference between like a good Chinese place up here in Vancouver and a good Chinese place in LA is a good Chinese place in LA will charge you like $40 a person. Up here, you're like, $16 a person, max. But yeah, no, it's funny. Like, I've had people ask me over the years, it's like, because I complain about rent and stuff being expensive over here. It's like, yeah, no, it is great. Pink Room is a really good one. But I've had people ask me, they're like, well, why would you live in Vancouver? It's like the rent is expensive. It's like you could go somewhere else and it would be so much cheaper. And then I just like explain like 5 of the things that you could do it. Like when I'm vaccinated and there's no pandemic going on, I can get on a bus and be at a mountain and go snowshoeing in an hour from my home. So I can go from my apartment only via public transit, and it takes me less than an hour. It's like 50-minute travel time if I time it right to be up a mountain and snowshoeing. Also, the comment about food earlier. It's like we have incredible varieties of Asian and Chinese and Korean and Japanese food. Also Filipino food as well. Don't want to write them off. And Vietnamese food. We also have like anything from India that you want. We probably got 15 restaurants for it. Also, like, there's one part of New Westminster, which is easy to get to from where I'm at, which is just jam fucking packed with Polish and European food. There's just like a little Polish community there, and there's like 8 Polish restaurants on like 2 streets. You want like homemade Polish food? You just got to go to New West. Just know where to go in New West. It's kind of great. So there's so many benefits to being in the part of the world that I'm in. This dwarf has been socializing in this one spot for like a week or maybe like 2 months. It's like his favorite spot, I guess. Let's keep working on this glass. Although the one thing that I will never get used to about very heavily Chinese restaurants is the ruder you are, the better the service you get. Now I'm getting phoned again. What the fuck? I've got to go pick up a package from UPS. It's a gift from my dad. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. BRB. If I could get around to beers and yada yada, I'll continue with convos when I return. That was the call I was actually waiting for, too.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
that was quick. I literally just needed to walk out to the front door. Yeah, so hopefully my dad's not listening. Probably isn't, because he's definitely at work right now. So if he is, that would mean something really weird's going on. But anyway, my dad is way into two things: old writing material and fancy ink pens. And my dad's birthday's coming up in a little bit. And so I got the idea of getting him a custom-made wax seal for his birthday, because that's the sort of thing that he's just way into, is like wax seals, right? And so the idea being that it like has his initials on it and everything. So I ordered a bunch of wax seals, and that's what that is. But I still need to get the actual seal itself made. I've enlisted a friend of mine to assist with making the what do you call it? I've enlisted a friend of mine to actually like make the design of it, and I'm sending it off to a custom like wax seal making company. And they make all the handles by hand, and they hand machine the actual seals themselves to press the wax. So that's a thing that I've got that I'm working on in the background, which is hopefully gonna be really cool. Hopefully something that he likes. Which means probably when I get paychecks from my parents, they'll have wax seals on them. But if everything goes well. Because right now my dad spends way too much on pens to the point where my mom like just kind of shakes her head. Like, my dad spent like an absurd amount of money on like this silver gold tipped super fucking fancy handmade pen. And like he's way into that shit. And I'm just like, you know what? Like, what if and I threw the idea off my mom the other day. I was like, or not the other day, like a couple weeks ago now. And I was like, what if we got dad a custom wax seal? And she's like, oh shit, he'd love that. So yeah, I'm doing that. If I could buy my dad like a modern typewriter, I think he would like never use a computer again. That's the kind of person my dad is. Like if I could just, if I gave him a typewriter, he'd probably just use that forever. But yeah, it is kind of really cool, isn't it? Like that shit's super neat. So yeah, that's what the package is. So I'm not gonna open it or anything on stream, because like people are, I think, pretty used to, you know, records arriving, and then I'm just like, here, I'm gonna open this shit up on stream. But that's why I'm not opening that package on stream, because it's like, yeah, it's literally fucking like wax. Do I want an IBM Selectric? You have zero use for it. I'll think about it. What kind of condition is it in? Because probably what I would do if I got my dad a typewriter is I would completely like refurb it and everything. You don't know exactly? I feel like my generation is the last generation that remembers typewriters. Like I remember waking up to the sound of my dad typing on the typewriter. Does anybody else did anybody here use typewriters or remember that shit? Cause like probably needs new ribbons. Yeah. You had one of those when you were young. Like I remember getting to mess around with the typewriter. Like I remember my dad teaching me how to type my name on a typewriter. Like before we had computers. You did typing classes on those? Neat. I'll bet you that typing classes just aren't a thing anymore because kids just already know how to type. You've used a typewriter? In a museum or like actually used a typewriter? Because like now, like the only way to really use a typewriter is in a museum. Imagine studying typing on those for 1 hour. You know what that imagining that to me sounds like? That sounds really fucking loud, because typewriters are really fucking loud. Sorry if I'm making a bunch of the people in the chat right now feel old, but typewriters are neat, man. What there's used for a project? Oh, really? Like people can exactly be like people complain about like blue switches on mechanical keyboards being loud. It's like you should try sitting in a room with 50 fucking typewriters for an hour and not go deaf. That's a distant clicking sound. Yeah, Nax, that's also pretty common. Hey, Narkoski. I ran into Narkoski in a stream late last night. Isn't there's that like one orchestra piece that uses a typewriter? I definitely know that there's a few bands that use typewriters as like some distant clicking sounds. Is this the video that I'm thinking of? Oh, no, it's not what I'm thinking of, but yes. That's also typewriter sounds. I remember that episode, shit. Been a long time since I watched Looney Tunes. You know what's something that I'm doing now? When I start stream up, I literally just mute YouTube. I just mute the whole website so that if people link YouTube videos, I can open them up and have a peek. Oh, hey, Infinity. Hope you're doing well today. But Narkoski, it's so nice to see more Jupiter Hell streams popping up. So fucking nice. It's like, yay, there's more noobs, and watching noobs discover the game for the first time is cool. Buckling Clans is yeah, way louder than blues. They're louder than greens too, which are the Razer proprietary switches. Speaking of Razer shit, do you guys hear Razer's getting into the gamer chair game? Meaning, if you trust those fuckers to make you a chair, they'll do it. Ironically, they'll probably make pretty good chairs. Like, I'd be willing to bet that Razer making a chair would probably be a pretty decent chair. Like, the actual build quality of their stuff usually is generally passable. At worst. I mean, they literally put out a video about it last night. Bastet II has given birth to a girl. Does anybody want to be Bastet II's next kid? Brand new baby girl. You wouldn't pay for a Razer chair? I mean, it would only cost twice as much as a Herman Miller. You wouldn't mind being a baby? Was your other dwarf still alive? Yeah, no, Vim already died, so that would be Vim II, which we could do. I'm pretty sure you had a merchant, right? Da, she says. Da. Very well spoken for a small infant. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Yeah, remember you died real quick because you were an old merchant. And then Bastet II decided to name her daughter after the old merchant. Best chair you've ever used? I'm really happy with my autonomous chair, which is kind of just a Herman Miller clone, but a really well-made Herman Miller clone. She likes iron, rubicile, cougar eel bone, and alpaca wool, rope reed fabric, and quivers, and the sound of the blossom of songs. She is tall, and her slightly rounded cobalt eyes have very large irises. She has a narrow chin, and her hair is quite sparse. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her head is somewhat short. Her lips are thin, and her ears are somewhat narrow. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. And in her family, she has 1, 2, 3, 4 older sisters. And 1, 2, 3, 4 older brothers, mom and dad. And 1, 2, only 2 of them are dead. Well, no, 3 of them are dead. What? Yeah, three of them are dead. 4 of them? 4 of them are dead. 4 of them are dead. So you have 8 brothers and sisters, but only 4 of them are alive. Yeah, how about that? A steel case? I'm not familiar with steel case. Do. Yeah, I'm really, really, really happy with my autonomous chair. Oh, really? Huh. I don't know. I'm very much of the... I shake my head in sadness whenever I see somebody happy with and using a shitty chair. Like, whenever I see somebody who's just using a cheap, shitty chair and they're happy with it, I get very... not mad, but, like, mixed feelings, I think, is the best way to describe it. It's very much a... That's not good. It's funny, I'm familiar with Herman Miller, but I'm not familiar with Steelcase. Maybe it's just Herman Miller's more in my area than Steelcase. I'm looking up Steelcase stuff now. Oh, okay, I've sat in these chairs before. Interesting. Huh. Neat. Discuss animals as surgical models? What? That's a new one. Infinity Simplex is discussing using animals as surgical models. Huh. And it's making you grumpy? I wish I had a cure for you. I guess so. I've literally never seen that before, though. School biology? I mean, I wonder... They're just talking about dissecting dead dogs and just being like, this is how dog breed. This is how dog body work. I don't know. It's odd. Speaking of dog, I got a dog in a cage I should pull out. And I have this peacock who lives up in this tavern. I think I'm going to make that dog available as a pet, too. Your dwarf is very smart, Simplex, if you were unaware. Simplex, you are the bookkeeper of the fortress, meaning you keep track of everything. Everything that is in the fortress. And you recently felt giddy remembering performing. You don't feel anything when you don't get to do things you don't want to do. And you're content after discussing animals as surgical models. And you do dream of raising a family, but, well, all your friends are dead, more or less. So, good luck. Now you're pondering encyclopedias. Probably, I guess that would just be like language. Yo, to anybody who likes Super Monkey Ball, this just dropped. Which is a game that a friend of mine's working on. So I'm super biased, but I will link it in my chat once for him. Yeah, it actually came out. Well, I mean, it's been in, like, beta for a billion years, but... It's literally just yo, we got tired of making Super Monkey Ball custom levels, so we made our own level. Or so we made our own game. Out of curiosity, is Steam purposefully put There should, yeah, I was gonna say you should restart or refresh the browser because you should be getting a 720p and a 1080 60 option. I took care of it. Good stuff, Taylor. Yeah, no, this stream is streamed at 1080p 60. So if you open up this stream ever and you don't see 1080p 60, something's broken and you need to fix it, or you need to yell at me. So it's very, it would be very strange if that was on my end, though. Like very, very strange. Fortunately, though, I was definitely on your end. Giant almost fighting with a troll. I wonder how many forgotten beasts we have in the basement right now. Really, none. Aside from this one, which I have trapped. Huh. Interesting. All right, well, we're up to 33 dwarves. I'm basically going and I'm gonna just let them make babies until we hit 40. When we hit 40, then I will top off whatever the population is in merchants and then start working again. That's basically what we're holding out for. Discuss blood vessels. That's another new one. Discuss blood vessels. I guess that they used animals as surgical models and discovered blood vessels. There was one time when they were pondering torture and, like, mutilation back and forth, and I was very concerned for my dwarves' mental health for a bit there. Wonder what happens if you stream with too much bandwidth and don't have transcodes as a non-partner. Would it just be audio only? So if you are not a partner, you can stream at whatever quality you want, right? Like you could stream at 1080p, 60 FPS as an affiliate or as somebody who isn't affiliated without transcodes, and the stream will just be streamed at 1080p 60. Not many people will be able to load it, or a lot of people wouldn't be able to load it. It's probably more accurate. But certainly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. It's funny whenever I'm like talking to like people who are just getting started out streaming, I always recommend it's like stream at 480p. Like you're not gonna get transcoding every day for a while. So until you're at the point where most people have 1080p 60, then you're good. What do you mean, how does unicorn work? I've read that sentence like 3 or 4 times, Zapdos, and I don't know what you mean by how does unicorn work. I mean, they don't. They're made up. It's the response I keep coming to. Whoopsies. How the heck did I accidentally... Every now and again, I accidentally hit the key combination to turn on GeForce Now. And I never have any idea how I did it, and it always takes me a moment to turn it off. So I don't ever use that recording shit, ever. What's up, Baileys? How's things? How is life? How is day? How is thing? How is Bailey's? Oh. Oh, true. Oh, okay, okay. I get you. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I don't know how unicorn works. It's probably getting close to time for dwarves to get new clothes. Yeah. Well, sure, we can do caps out of cloth. Yeah, that'll work. What was Din Din? Oh yes, we have to grow. We have to send Corn to university. Actually, you watch as an affiliate, but he used to be partner. How the fuck does that happen? Stuff doesn't just happen. But okay. And you can't choose any less. Yeah, that's what happens. Is like it just streams at whatever quality you output. Sometimes I'll actually crank the visuals up nicer than Twitch can handle too. Sometimes I'll stream at like 6,000 or like 8,000 bitrate when Twitch can only accept 6. Because if my bitrate fluctuates, then you guys don't notice. But their servers can't actually handle it. And here goes all of the clothing. I thought that Unicron would be a transformer. My name is Unicron of Megatron. Something, something, we must stop. I don't know. 720/30 is a relatively accessible balance, but it really depends on like bitrate's more important than resolution, in my opinion. It's like it's better to stream at like 3,000 bitrate and a lower, or like 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 bitrate and a lower resolution, so that more people can load your stream, like guaranteed. It's kind of like you just want a happy medium with that shit, right? You just want to be somewhere in the middle, so that the biggest variety of people can watch your stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Just watch Tarkov for 5 minutes and go, yep, bitrate's important. If you can't have that, your stream looks like garbage. Oh, really? That seems like a really shitty decision to make as a streamer. That's kind of stupid, Zathos. That's all I'm going to say. It's kind of stupid. Did he lose a portion of his audience doing that? Because I know very few people who have actually taken the Facebook deal that aren't just giant, right? Like everybody that I know that took the Facebook, because like I got offered money by Facebook. I can't tell you how much it was, but what I can tell you is it was more than I normally make on Twitch in a year. But I knew that if I went and did that, by the time I came back to Twitch, most of my audience would be gone. So I was like, what the fuck's the point of that? Also, I don't want to fucking work for Facebook. Working for Amazon's already bad enough. Everyone came back to Twitch. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. I don't know. It's just, it's fucking frustrating seeing people actually take those deals. It's like, I don't know. I really value the audience that I've built on this platform and the communities that I've built on other platforms, and I feel kind of like that would be betraying everybody in a weird way. All right. So we've reached the 1st of spring, and I don't think anybody's died of old age. But we do have the annual tributes from the humans. Okay, well, I mean, if he's big, then sure. Maybe if this is a like multi-thousands of viewers stream, then yeah, go ahead. I don't know. I guess I immediately lose respect for people who take those deals and then just like go back on them. Dodge. It's pretty easy though. 1 sand pear wood barrel, 25-finger mullet beer. They basically brought us a 6-pack of beer. Spring year 193. Check. And I get year 193 hype. I don't know. I feel like someone mentioned yesterday that I should start like shouting out the years as they happen and get everybody to type it in so that people remember. Year 193. The fortress of Longdeath in the absolute realm. Technically 188, but Masterpiece hemp shirt, shoutouts to that. How you doing, Sirelac? Way back in the early days of Longdeath, there was one person who said that they were going to cheer 1 bit for every year. So the first year it was, he cheered 1 penny, and then he cheered 2 pennies, and then 3 pennies, and then 4 pennies. And then I was like, you do realize how expensive that's going to get in the later years? And he was just like, oh, right. And then he just stopped. I don't blame him. Like, that was going to get expensive when we get to like the 800s. Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. It is kind of like that, but chore of the day is done. Time to lurk. Good shit. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough, Zapdos. I don't know. To me, it just kind of sucks. Doesn't matter how good the money is. But I have plenty of opinions like that where it's like, I've been offered plenty of sponsorships where I'm just like, my audience is worth more than this, you know? Like, that's just kind of my take. It's like, you guys are worth more than me doing a Raid Shadows Legends ad piece. Like, I don't care how much money they offer me. It's just, why would I do that? You know? It's just kind of those kinds of thoughts where it's just like, well, you guys are worth more than that. So if I'm going to sell you guys, it's going to be something that's actually worth it, you know, like getting to watch documentaries on stream. That was great. If it was billions, sure, but it's not billions. It's like, well, like those different streaming services, right? They'll be like, here, have $20,000 to stream on this service for a year. It's like, okay, but that's not quite as much as I make. It would have been, yeah. It would have been infinity. Your internet just died again? That's not good. You should learn CPR. You might need it for your internet in the coming days. All right, I've got too many unicorns, so I'm gonna go through and murder a bunch of unicorns. And also a bunch of cattle. These unicorns are now breeding real nice and quick. I like it. It's good. No, not the dog. Dog's actually going to be made available as a pet. So I only have one dog in the fort right now. I also don't want to kill my cougar. Or the other dingo. Which I'm not. Perfect. I mean, this is why we bought unicorns in the first place, is so that we can cull the population, you know? And not have to. I don't know whether or not they're going to go up or down, so I need to follow them. Because the elves have arrived once again to trade with us. Hopefully they'll bring us a gremlin one day. I mean, we need to cull them, right? I'm sure that exists. Animal. Wasn't there like a loot crate equivalent for like adult toys? Pretty sure that exists. Pretty certain that exists. Speaking of things that went out of business, loot crate. Get fucked. Landfill crate, more like. Crate full of shit that will eventually go into a landfill because we don't believe in anything sustainable and want to destroy the planet. Loot crate. Buy our shit. We'll send you a shitty t-shirt. You watched them yesterday? I mean, Dwarf Fortress gremlins aren't quite the same as the movies gremlins, but I am hoping to get a gremlin in my fortress. That is one of the long-term, fingers crossed hopes and prayers that I have. You need to do something for research purposes? I enjoy your research. I'm sure it's very important research for school. I'm sure they do. I mean, they're kind of just like chaotic puppet shows, right? So I would expect those movies to age pretty well. Unicorn, badger, chipmunk, unicorn, barn owl, emu, gray squirrel, doe rabbit, buck rabbit. No moose? Sad days. You wouldn't buy my loot crate? Don't worry, I wouldn't sell you a loot crate. Because I don't like those, hey, throw X number of dollars per month and get thing that you don't really know what you're getting per month thing. I think that is a terrible business model. As somebody who is a little bit maniacal about getting rid of his own stuff frequently, what about newt crates? Maybe like a newt point crate where there's just no crate. How about that? Or like a 404 crate. There's just no crate. You just give me money and you get nothing. How's that sound? You buy the 404 crate and the crates are never found. At least you know what you get, do you though? Because what if you do find the crate? It's actually just a fucking oh, what's it called? It's actually just a why am I losing this? It's actually just an ARG. Patron tier 404. 404 patrons not found, and it's $404. I mean, I'm currently working on a new higher tier, which I'm thinking will probably be around somewhere between $60 and $90, and I don't know which one. So I don't know. That or I could make it like $66.60. Just for the nice 666, but I don't know. I don't know. It'll be expensive, but hopefully worth it to the people who want it. The Doom soundtrack on vinyl? The first one or the second one? $66.69. But, like, I'm not an e-girl. So maybe, like, using the 69 joke number, maybe not best. You know what I mean? A much better amount would be $42 and I don't know. I can't really do $420. $42 doesn't quite have the same swing to it, even though it's technically a $420. Get private stone 20 midnight stream. I mean, I've definitely done late night streams, not all there. Definitely. Definitely. That's absolutely happened. Yeah, the prepared thrips brain. It wasn't even a giant thrips, was it? It was literally just prepared thrips brains. I mean, what I could do, actually, is because you can pay monthly for, you can pay monthly or yearly for a for Patreon. I was thinking I could have a tier that if you buy it for a year, the default discount discounts it to $420.69 for the year, but we need to math it out perfectly. So it just looks like a weird number, and then you click on it for a year, and it's $420.69. What? 2061? Yeah, I like that soundtrack more than I listened to the Doom Eternal soundtrack. I vastly prefer the 2016 one. It's much more inspired. If you like that kind of music, another really, 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 really good soundtrack is the Proteus soundtrack. It's all up on Spotify and stuff. It's not on vinyl though. Proteus. I might actually buy the Doom 2016 soundtrack. Now that they're owned by Microsoft, I feel less bad about giving ZeniMax money. Still don't feel great about it, but I feel less bad. But it has to be minus a certain percent. So it'd have to be number times 12 minus like 8%, which is my default, right? Although I do sales on the yearly subscriptions occasionally. So, I don't know. Good shit. That's a good price to pay for it. And I want to say they're like $40 online, so yeah, that's actually a pretty good price. I mean, if I ever see that soundtrack in a record store or something for a price around that point, I would probably pick it up too. I would probably pick that up too. Getting all of these dwarves clothed. How's that glass doing? Getting there. Almost done collecting the sand. Masterpiece hemp cloth. We're almost done making all of those pieces of clothing. We're getting there, past halfway. Good luck. That's all I have to say to that one is good luck, Baileys. Although, if you like Danny Baranowski's music, the Super Meat Boy, the original soundtrack, the OG Danny Baranowski soundtrack, is currently being crowdfunded on his Bandcamp, which, of course, I backed. I think you can still back it. Yeah, 8 days remaining if you want it. But you have to back it directly. It's $40 US plus shipping. So, but it's a double vinyl set, and you know, nice to meet you. It's Danny B. So that's good shit right there. This is the most work I've made these dwarves do in about 3 years. But it'll keep us good for a bit, so. The other one that's like impossible to find and stupidly expensive when it pops up used is the Ftl Soundtrack on vinyl. It's actually very frustrating to me because why am I blanking on his name? Ben Prunty, the guy who did the music for that. Not very good about putting his music on vinyl. Doesn't really do physical releases, which kind of sucks. But I don't know. The video game vinyls that I've got in the mail right now are why am I blanking on the name of it? Ape Out, and then there was one other. What was the other one that I ordered? No, I'm forgetting. It was Ape Out and something else. I'm trying to remember now what the other one that I purchased was. But one of them was a pre-order, so it's not going to ship for a while. Right, yeah, the Songs of the Supergiant games. So the orchestral versions of Supergiant's discography, because they released an album like that. Although on the topic of really good vinyls, if you want a really nice vinyl soundtrack for very fucking cheap, Shadowrun Hong Kong. Very cheap. It's cheaper than the shipping will cost you. €5 for that fucking thing. I impulse bought that because I was like, whoa, €5. It was like €8 to ship it. Such a goddamn bargain. Was the Demon Souls? Do you own a record player? I don't believe you've ever spoken about records before, so this is interesting to me. Finally back to making green glass windows again. There we go. Yeah, no, the video game on vinyl thing is a very deep rabbit hole to fall into, but it's a fun one. It's especially worth it if you just like art from video games too. Oh, speaking of things that are on sale, guys, War Sim is is 35% off because they recently hit overwhelmingly positive reviews. So maybe worth noting. War Sim is on sale again. On the topic of things on sale. I'm just like linking shit in chat now. This is the best way to run an engaging stream. Hey chat, here's things you should buy. Although I do actually recommend that you buy War Sim because that game's good. Oh, really? Well, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, but also cool. What are you playing, Vim? Because there was a few horror games that have come out relatively recently that all look kind of interesting. Let's get that stuff crushed first. And I'll start dumping stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm very much just kind of rambling, so I wouldn't worry too much about stuff I have to say right now. I glanced at it, but I haven't played it, no. I mean, when I saw the War Sim update today, I was like, you know what? Maybe I should start doing patch videos for other games outside of Dwarf Fortress. Like right now, I just do like the Steam news for Dwarf Fortress. But I think it'd be kind of neat to also do stuff for War Sim and maybe like Jupiter Hell. War Sim's a little bit too frequent though. That's the problem with War Sim, is there's too much of it. But yeah, I'll definitely check out. I'll definitely check out the War Sim update at some point. But I'm thinking about waiting, streaming that game every couple of months. I'm not super familiar with that, Baileys. If you're so inclined though, Baileys, if you're in my Discord, the music room, people just post pictures of vinyl hauls. Okay, I see this thing. Looks nice enough. I'm not super familiar with this design, but yeah. Anyway, people will just post pictures of records that they've purchased, and I also sometimes stream records on Discord, and so do some other people. I kind of like that this channel is slowly building like this record community around it. And vinyl collecting community. It's kind of based on the video game stuff, but at the same time, like, I'm into classic rock and metal and classical music and jazz, and so I own other types of records as well. I'm collecting vinyl nerds. I mean, not necessarily nerds. Nerds is kind of a negative connotation. I don't know. It's just a hobby like anything else. To me, it's less weird to collect vinyl than it is to collect anime figurines, yet here we are. Lots of people collect anime figurines. But I think that's called community building, Indigo Silverbell. Although I haven't really converted anybody to tapes yet. When other people start buying cassettes, that's when I'm truly winning. Because yes, I own 150 records, but What I don't talk about is the fact that I also own like 40 cassette tapes. It's much higher quality versus CD. To me, it's just a lot more fun than CD. With food, porn, and wine. Now, I know that you mean food porn. But when you read that out of context, or just add a comment to that, I'm back with food, porn, and wine, ready to have an evening. Enjoy your takeout, Bastet. Sure, but like, there's nicer ways to put things. I'm not saying that necessarily you're being rude. I'm just saying that's just not a word I would use, especially not with the tongue sticking out phase, right? It's all about context and who you're talking to. There are differences in the mastering, yes. Records are not higher quality audio files than CD. In fact, in many cases, records sound worse than CDs. I just like it a lot more than CDs and digital. It certainly sounds better than Spotify. Fuck. That shit sounds like garbage. Even when you have the high quality recordings turned on. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, sounds like a good evening to me. Be like, I don't know about you, but like, it sounds like a solid evening. Food, porn, and wine? Hell yeah. It's just another day at the fucking office. It's very funny. I'm not really a person who's big on championing word reclaiming, though. Indigo. Like, generally, if there's shit that bothers me, I just ignore the fact that that word exists and try not to say it. It's got nothing to do, it's got nothing to do with, like, wanting to reclaim words. It's more of a... And it's not really anything to do with letting bullies define it. It's just there's better words to use to describe somebody who has passion for something. There's more intelligent words to use to describe somebody who has passion for something or enjoys a hobby, you know? It's like, you could call somebody a gamer, or you could just say that they enjoy video games. I'd rather say that the person enjoys video games. Or plays video games as a hobby. It's a better descriptor. How can Spotify be so bad? I have weirdly good hearing. I can hear the artifacting in Spotify. If you turn on the high quality streaming and download the files, it sounds a bit better, but it's certainly... I have a Spotify subscription and I use it. I mostly use it when I'm using my Bluetooth headphones on my phone. Just because, like, Bluetooth headphones have artifacting anyway. So, fuck it. So I do use Spotify on my phone. That being said, the majority of the shit that I'm listening to on my phone, I also own on vinyl. So at that point, I'm just ripping myself off. But yes, Spotify is just awful. Terrible fucking service, but it's a terrible fucking service that I pay for, so I don't know. The one thing that Spotify is kind of okay at is it's kind of got the Bandcamp effect where it's actually a really decent place to discover artists that you've never heard of or maybe haven't listened to before. Like, it's kind of okay for that. Like, it's just kind of fun to, like, refresh your daily queues. Kind of like Steam's kind of fun to just go through the daily queues and just see what it gives you. Exactly. It's terrible service with a terrible player that is slowly destroying the music industry that also is pretty okay at surfacing artists I might like, based on what I already listened to. Oh, really? I didn't actually know that. Now I want to go find, like, a scan of that book. That's interesting. The mainstream music industry, yes. Independent music, nah. Nah. It is now summertime in Longdeath. But mainstream music, yes. Independent music, no. Although I do believe anybody who's a fan of the music industry can sit back, relax, and laugh their fucking asses off about BlizzCon this past year. Jesus fucking Christ. Just there's something about the sweet goddamn irony about 20 years later, just fucking Metallica getting muted on a Twitch stream. It's just, mwah. Just, yes. Fuck yes. Oh, it's so goddamn good. So goddamn good. Absolutely beautiful. Fucking wonderful. One of the greatest things I've ever seen streaming on the internet. Well, what happened was BlizzCon had a live performance by Metallica, and they did it just in studio, right? Cyralac? And they had it licensed for the official Blizzard streams on Blizzard services. But Blizzard was also streaming it on Twitch, which was being restreamed by other streamers. And the Twitch restream muted it almost immediately and put elevator music in the background. Licensed elevator music that wouldn't get anybody in trouble. So you just have like Metallica rocking out and looking like a bunch of old fucking fogies, because they are. And then just elevator music playing underneath it, because they don't want every single streamer on Earth who's restreaming this event to get hit by DMCA takedowns, which is amazing. That's fucking amazing. Could you write down the name of the book? Because I think some people would like to know, Stone. If you happen to know the name of the book. I would like to look it up because I'm curious too. Regardless of whether or not the book is not neat. You know, the movie Song of the South, terribly racist film. Absolutely fucking racist film. Made by Disney. Also has some of the greatest music ever written by animated Disney from back in the day. Interesting movie to read about. Interesting movie to know about. Not a movie I'd ever want to pay any money for. Humans have arrived to trade. As well as the royal treasurer Zaki once again. It is good to see you, you good human. If I ran the zoo. Also, you work as a librarian, Indigo? That's interesting. I think I owned this one, actually. Yes, I did. We did own this one. I need to go through and look that up. Reread that thing. Yeah, I definitely fucking owned this one. My name is Zaki on behalf of the Merchants Guild. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever, aside from rumors about mayors moving around in the dwarven cities, but you already know about that. I like how we're all kind of just having the, we all have this. Yeah. Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, isn't it, Zanny? It's pretty awful. It's pretty fucking awful. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. It's like if I want to run music digitally, I will buy it through Bandcamp and then download the FLAC files and stream and listen to that shit on my speakers. You have a problematic books section? Interesting. How does is that just like books that like are kind of kept there as problematic, or are those books that you remove from the shelves? I haven't been in a library in like 10 years, so. Although I need to start going to the library again. I miss it. Maybe next year I'll actually have time to read again. Maybe. It's a definite possibility. With the racism you've been alluding to? I mean, I'm sour on many things, but I think that there's something to be said for reading and enjoying and understanding a thing based on the time and place that it was created. You know, like there's plenty of works by Lovecraft that are beloved stories that are racist as hell, you know? There's plenty of animated films that are beloved that are racist as hell, you know? Like that's just kind of a reality of creativity of our species, you know? And you have to kind of take it with the time and place stuff. But it's kind of nice to be aware of this stuff, because then if you are speaking about something with reverence and you understand the context that this has a crappy side past, I guess, or like if you're talking about something like Lovecraft and you don't know the shit that Lovecraft got up to and the stuff that appeared in his writings, if you are unaware of that, you potentially could put yourself in trouble, right? So if something like that book has some issues, that's fine, but it's better to be aware of those issues as an adult, look at it as a thing that was created in time and place, and still have reverence for the other works by the same creator, with the asterisk of also this one, however, if that makes sense. So I think it's important to be aware of it and consider it something that like everybody else here was like, what? I mean, I would very much like to reread that book as an adult now, because I think that would be interesting. Selection of books that cause controversies either for their time or later on. You're a librarian in Norway. Okay. I mean, absolutely. You shouldn't delete history. You should talk about history. There's certain things that, like, at least just this from the point of view of a streamer, there's certain things that I'll be like, yo, we shouldn't discuss this frequently, because that can get really shitty. But I think it's very important to not forget history, and it's very important to know exactly why things are the way they are, if that makes any sense. I don't know what I'm fucking saying now. You know, it's like there's people out there who will read a review for a video game based on Lovecraft, and the review will not mention any of the problematic base of a lot of Lovecraft's work, and they'll get upset that it doesn't mention that. And then there will be other people who will read a review about a video game based on Lovecraft that does mention it and get mad that there's politics in them video games. And I definitely kind of fall on the earlier one where if, say, somebody made a video game based on the work of Dr. Seuss, if it didn't mention that, I would be upset. You know, if it didn't try and deal with that at least, or frame that in a way that made sense, I would be upset by that, you know? I mean, lots of video games go through that. That stuff's interesting. Your wife's library has a band? Yeah, your wife works for a library, doesn't she? Yeah, I don't know. I like, the only thing I really go into the library for these days is to print stuff. But part of the reason for that is like I haven't had time really to read in a very long time. But hopefully post-pandemic I will have more time. Yeah, no, absolutely. But like, here's the thing, right? The creators of Cuphead addressed that and spoke openly about it and discussed it as something that they were aware of. So I think that there's like, there's a way to deal with that as a creator. It's like if you're creating something that is based on or designed after something that was based in a negative context, as the creator now working on a new thing, it's kind of up to them to address it. And in my opinion, they did with Cuphead. But yes. Similar to that. Cuphead is another example of that. And then there's some people where you're like, well, like Cuphead's artwork is based on artwork that was incredibly inherently racist. It's like, well, all right. So what did they do to speak out about that? But back then you were there pretty often. You read a ton. You just switched to ebooks. Yeah, I mean, I read stuff on the computer all the goddamn time. But I don't know. I'm trying to get away from screens when I'm not streaming these days.
This is madness.
Madness. Fudge. Oh, fractions?
Yeet.
Frog fractions. Hey, Hobo. How's things? How is we do? How is we do? Chat, Hobo's going to say a bad word. He said fractions. I have to do maths. You be good? Good stuff. Ugh. No side effects from the stab, I assume? Good stuff. You didn't expect to think about again? Really? You didn't expect to think about frog fractions again? Well, today's your lucky day, Indigo, because relatively recently, Frog Fractions was actually released on Steam. In fact, alongside of course, for free, just like the original game was. The original Game of the Year or Game of the Decade edition for Frog Fractions is free, just alongside the original. Now, there of course is a multiple DLCs, including Game of the Decade Soundtrack edition, as well as Hop's iconic cap. Which, of course, is a very iconic cap that you can equip on Hop. Make sure you finish the whole base game before you actually equip it, otherwise it might change your experience. Anyways, if you haven't thought about Frog Fractions in a while, Frog Fractions 4 may or may not be out in some format. What's even better is like when they released Frog Fractions 2, and then people got to the credits of Frog Fractions 2. It's like, thanks for completing Frog Fractions 3. And everybody's like, what? Then what was Frog Fractions 2? The creators actually explained that, which is even better. The actual answer to that question is so fucking funny. You've played Frog Fractions 3. Hobo. That's the thing. You've probably played Frog Fractions, and you've definitely played Frog Fractions 3. Very few people actually played Frog Fractions 2. Frog Fractions 2 was the ARG to announce Frog Fractions 3. There you go. And that was what the Kickstarter paid for, was the ARG to find Frog Fractions 3. Which is brilliant. I don't actually like the Frog Fractions games all that much, but I do love the shenanigans. The saddest part about Frog Fractions to me is that they don't make enough money for the creator to actually do it full time. So he's like a contract programmer. Works on other things most of the time. Yeah, I mean it's the experience of Frog Fractions that is brilliant. I love watching people play the Frog Fractions 3 air quotes game on Steam, because they always get so perplexed at the very end when it's like, congratulations, you've beat Frog Fractions 3. It's like, what? Because it doesn't mention it until the end of the credits. It's so fucking good. So fucking brilliant. It kind of is A+. And now it's just like a public secret, right? Like everybody kind of knows where Frog Fractions 3 is. And if you don't, well, I can tell you, I guess, if you want, but it's very much like an open secret these days. I've kind of been thinking about Frog Fractions because I recently purchased a very rusty metal frog, which is sitting on my shelf. Oh, it was. Hobo. Well, partially. It was a thing that one of the developers from the same publisher that they ended up going with was working on. And then they were like, this isn't very good. And they were going to rework the whole thing. And then they were like, wait, what if we... Yeah, I mean... I don't know necessarily about that, Indigo. Goffer the Second has grown to be a peasant. And so is little M. Katsu. The twins are now old enough to do things. You like mica, steel, opal, and llama wool gems, maces, and leather armor, and chickens for their scratching. You desperately need some new clothing. Holy shit, little M. And Goffer, what do you like? Copper, Savorite, gigantic squid leather, badger bone, battle axes, and bins. Amulets and ballista parts and pond turtles. Okay, well, what about other jobs? All the hauling, mechanics, and all the siege stuff. We'll give you weaving, leatherworking, and woodcrafting, and bone carving. Some metal crafting. All this. And if I go to farming, let's go to cooking. Yeah, if you haven't seen the NoClip documentary, it's part of the mystery series they did. They did an episode on Spelunky. They did an episode... it was on a bunch of games with a lot of secrets. There was one on The Witness, one on Spelunky, and one on Frog Fractions. They're all very good. Some of the lesser viewed stuff that NoClip did, but... I really like The Witness one, but that's because I'm a big fan of The Witness. And I just like listening to Jonathan Blow talk. I know he's a little bit of a controversial figure in some respects, but I like listening to Jonathan Blow talk. Very much like the 2-hour talks he does on YouTube with other game designers. Those are very interesting to watch. I was like, why is this not working? Obviously because I'm on the wrong setting. But yeah, plan is to get this whole stairwell wrapped in glass windows. Just because now that dwarves are frequently running up and down it, I've had a few near misses where we almost lost dwarves due to being dive bombed by various large birds. So I figured it's probably time to just go in here and make this into a non-issue. I can tell you in a second. I want to say it's 193 out of 1005. 193. There we go. Most people play saves for like 3 to 5 years, and then on the long end, 10 to 15 years. That's the length that most people play saves for. Can I put a door there? No, that doesn't count as walls. Yeah, well, let's fill that in. But yeah, no, it's significantly longer than most people will play a save for, but still a long way to go. Long way to go. But that's part of the fun. It's also, I'll be honest, a little bit daunting. Just a little bit daunting. I am making good progress? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, like, I think at some point in the summer, I'm going to, when I have a lot of energy, I'm going to do, like, a Longdeath-a-thon or something, where I just play Longdeath 14 days straight, 10 hours a day or something, just to, like, get a big amount of time done. Maybe, like, associate it with a timer at some point and do, like, a, not necessarily a subathon, but just, like, a... Every day you guys keep the timer full, I will stream the next day for 12 hours of this. Something like that. I don't know. Something silly. But we'll see. Depends on how desperate streamer gets for money. Which currently, we're doing all right. Currently, we are doing all right. There are times where I get a little bit worried about whether or not this whether or not this fort is going to last, just based on like population dwindling issues. But I think that like more than anything, it's been kind of really interesting to keep stuff alive. As long as I don't backburner my new schedule. Here's the thing, right? I've been on this 6-day a week schedule for a very long time now. I've had months in the past where it's just like, oh, I feel good and I'm like super down to stream just a ton. And there's been times where I've just streamed 3-4 weeks in a row nonstop. Like sometimes I'm just on a roll, and when I'm on a roll, I'll do that. I'm not gonna backburner the new schedule. The new schedule is gonna stick around for a while at least. Just currently testing, right? But I don't know. I kind of like the idea of what Lethal Frag does, where he does Fragmas, where every December he just streams 31 days in a row. Streams every single day of December every year, and he's always done it. The rest of the time he streams like I think 4 days a week or something. So, like it's an event thing. It's not something you do all the time. What's the record for the longest fort? There's one dude who claims he has a fort that was 600 years old. But there's like no screenshots of it. And then there's Arch Crystal, which is like 470 something. Investments are open, heads up chat. So we're getting close to halfway to the record for the longest running fort. We're getting there. I'm just going to give the dwarves a break for a little bit. And cancel those. Cancel those. There we go. Gives these dwarves a break. Man, Half-Life Alyx has been out for a year. Fuck. Oh, shit. Tomorrow's the 1-year anniversary of lockdown in my city. Cool. Tomorrow. That's a feeling. That I don't like very much. Into late summer, which means we are now 1 year for today. Yeah, a year is about 2 hours time spent right now in this save currently. Good win, Stone. Rip to literally everybody else, especially Hobo. Massive rip to Hobo. Oh, the bot definitely saw the bribe and responded in tickets. Although on the topic of bribes, hey chat, the bits leaderboard still has a free space on it. So if you have a penny in bits on your account, you can get that number third slot for absolutely free. Well, penny that you already paid for, but it's right there. It's 1 cent, 1 bit. That's all it is. Streamer's gonna shut up now before he gets annoying. You want to pray? I get very perplexed by these dwarves. It's like, you want to pray so bad, right? Well, there's a lovely, lovely, lovely temple right there. Just go there and pray. Go there, pray. You want to pray? Go pray. Can't stop you. That being said, in general, these dwarves are pretty happy. What are you doing, Goliath? Nothing, it seems. I wonder how Abe's doing. Abe was always kind of a sad dwarf. Super happy. Interested after watching performance. Fun as when talking with a friend. Good stuff. Need more babies. Come on, dwarves. Make me babies. I'm going to go put on my sweater. I'm cold. Your computer won't accept it? You could try putting it into your CD drive and see what happens. Please don't. Don't actually do that. Also, I haven't had a CD drive in my computer in like 5 years. It's actually kind of funny. My mom and dad offered to lend me a DVD recently. And I was like, no offense, Mom, but like, I don't have any way of playing DVDs. I'm like, well, that's not very smart. I'm like, well, is it not very smart, or is the technology just dying? Let's make that dog available as a pet. Let's make the dingo and the cougar available as pets. No one's going to claim any of them, but if they did, that would be kind of cute. We do have a pet cow. Apparently Blue Water has a pet cow. Blue Water claimed one of our cows as a pet. I'm actually going to make another one of them available, because dwarves that like having pets are actually pretty convenient, because then you can't just like slaughter them all. And it ended abruptly and laughably. How did it end? I'd love to know the story of how your attempt at dwarves ended laughably. I moved out in the end of 2013, Indigo. I've never had a DVD player plugged into a TV in this apartment. I did have a PlayStation 3 for a very long time, which was a DVD Blu-ray player combo, but I never actually had a player in this apartment. Your least shiny penny. Is there a reason you keep it on your desk? But Frackle, if you would like to know more, I can help with that. Very much so. It's one thing that I'm all right at these days is advising people on the basics of Dwarf. You just have a lot of loose change on your desk? I getcha. I don't have any loose change on my desk. I have a container with some change in it that is in my kitchen, but I don't have any on my desk at all. You recently got into Caves of Cut. I'm sorry, Viking. I'm going to be streaming that tomorrow, actually. Going to do a day of that. Because I've been itching to return to some caves. Going to be a Arcanaut and just run around in the desert. On the slim chance you ever need the bus, yeah, fair. You've not had cash in 3 years. Norway is largely cashless these days. I'm largely cashless, but there are a few times where cash is useful. So I always have about 300 in cash around. I guess old habits die hard because, like, I used to buy weed. So old habits die hard. Now I buy it legally with a debit card, but old habits die hard, I guess. You have 25 Canadian cents on your shelf? I got more than 25 Canadian cents. He's 200 at all times. Yeah, I don't carry it. I mean, I usually have between like 150 to 300 in cash that just is rolled up in a drawer. Annual tributes from the 2 human factions have arrived because it's fall. Oh, I know exactly why you do, Hobo. I know exactly why you do. It's right in your username. But not totally, but don't do drugs, kids. In both Australian and New Zealand dollars, I have like a fuck ton of American pennies in my drawer with my coins because every time I come back from the States, I always end up with American fucking pennies, and I hate it. That human is moving very slowly. 100 of something. My old barber had a $2 Canadian bill, which I've been out of print for a very long time, which he had framed on his wall, which was the first $2 he made in his hair salon that he owned, or his barber shop, I guess. Hey, Peter, how we doing? We'll yell at you if you don't take them. Okay, take your doctor mandated drugs. Don't do not legal drugs, kids. How's that? It's better? Only do legal drugs. Legal drugs are great. Don't do illegal drugs. Illegal drugs are, well, illegal. You tore your cap. Oh, shit, that sucks. That is not pleasant. My dad tore one of his calves working out ages ago and was on crutches for like a few weeks. And had to do physio after that. That sucks, dude. That shit's painful. Can I ask how you did that? Chat, we have an issue. There is a certain member of the chat room right now doing paperwork who is without a hat. Beer must be acquired. Any volunteers? 10 reindeer blood. That is a horrible waste of a barrel. Rope skipping. Yeah, okay, I believe that. Yeah, that you could definitely tear a calf doing that. I know somebody who well, actually I don't know somebody. I know of somebody. So do you. This guy. That guy shredded his calf jumping. In a fake wrestling arena. Literally jumped in place and shredded his back calf. Yeah, cat parchment. Cat leather scroll. Damn! Thank you, Cyrelac. 3 months of tier 1 subscription to Stone, aka Seashore's Wall. Thank you very much, man. Cheers. Now, where are the other humans at? And Frackle gifting a sub to Zanny. Cheers, Frackle. Thank you. Anybody got 100 bits? That's a hype train if you want it. Cheers. You know it was about to? Yeah, it did end for like the last 4 or 5 lines of text. I literally watched the number go down and your hat disappear. And I was like, we need to fix this. Cheers, everybody. Thank you very much for the 2 gifts. And Cyrolac, thanks for the big gift. Because that's 3 months. And welcome back, Stone, for 13 months. 350 Egyptian pounds. How much is that worth in, like, a currency that I'm familiar with? Also, Egypt has pounds? His name is so long to type. Right? It really is. At least you know that you got the right person, though, when you do get it. 22 USD. Huh. I know I have, like, I think it's 50 yen somewhere in one of my drawers. Thanks, Wave Depletion. Cheers, man. I wonder if that'll jump straight to level 2. It might. Collecting foreign currency is way more fun than collecting mint currency, in my opinion. Yeah, it did. Straight up. Y'all get emotes. Cheers, Wave. Thanks, man. That's my joke, though, B-Lug. Stating that everything is worth $1 bajillion Canadian. And the Dwarves have arrived to trade. Wait, what? Didn't push it over the edge? I mean, there's a hype train happening. If it didn't pop up for you, you should refresh. I don't know if it'll go anywhere from here, but there's a hype train. It's cool if it does. If it doesn't, yeah, it's fine. Well. Was it 1 iron grate or 3 grates? Yeah, train already at level 2 because Cyrolac gifted multiple months of subscription to Stone. But I'm not going to challenge chat to do anything, so whatever you guys want to do is up to you. But it's already guaranteed emotes for the 3 people who've participated, which is kind of neat. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? It's really interesting. Recently, the Outpost Liaison has been sharing rumors alongside of the normal, this is the happenings in the world moments. And Sparkly, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Shit, Frackle. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. The $12.34. That cheer is $2 more than I made in revenue through Twitch yesterday. Thank you. Yesterday, though, I did get some tips outside of Twitch, which was more than that, but thank you. Cheers, man. Now it's halfway there. I mean, now you guys are just obliged to get it to level 3, right? So here comes the Dwarfs to trade. And I'm selling choirs that we never use. I got so many choirs. Good shit. B-Lug. Oh yeah, B-Lug, I need to send you those so that you can make a tile set out of them. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but very quietly, I also have a floor tile, which I haven't actually added. It's not available anywhere. I've thought about just chucking it up on BTTV, and the floor tile is kind of like a... Well, it's up on Discord. You can actually make like fully fledged little dungeons using the emotes on Discord, which is kind of great. The Mayor Sparkly 4K has discovered the construction and use of valves. We can make Dota. We have Valve. 30 seconds left if anybody wants to bump up the Hypu training. That's interesting. Good shit. The use of valves. Oh no, we got to press Dwarf. Abe, it's time to get the soldiers training again. Thanks, Darren, for the $1 right at the end there. Can the dwarves still count to 3? Wait, were dwarves able to count to 3 or something? But cheers, guys. So, Frackle, now that the little train's done, how did your first fortress die, if I can ask? How did it end quickly and laughably? Speaking of quickly and laughably, Zanny has had a third, child? Aloth, the brand new baby. Also a little girl. We got lots of little girls in this fortress. Does anybody want to be the most recent addition to the Dwarf? You are indeed a productive dwarf, producing many dwarves. It's very important for the fort. Join your little clan, your little army. He's born and the baby's already annoyed, just like a fitting dwarf. How's Peter 2 doing? Quite well, actually. I mean, Cutest Ghost asked for one earlier, so I think we'll give it to Ghost. That would be Ivy. She is annoyed when caught in the rain. The daughter of Zanny66 and Vigaro Pro. She is a worshiper of Shastik and a casual worshiper of Shastik, who is Shistsak, actually, who is the god of vomit, death, and deformity, I think. Or am I wrong? Oh, no, just death and disease. Right, yes. Greatly respects the development of a skill and dreams of raising a family. And she is a very broad body, very short ears, which are flattened, cobalt eyes that are protruding, and her nose is very short. Her hair is wavy, and her short hair is neatly combed. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. Pretty good little dwarf. Welcome to the little family. How many siblings do you have now? You have 2 older sisters, Ryan II and Blue Water. As far as Peter 2, you're a craftsturf. You're 41 years old, a little bit annoyed recently. In general, though, quite a happy dwarf. No super major issues. Not married or anything. Just one friend, Kade, who's also a relatively happy dwarf. And, yeah, just kind of chilling. Only 41. Yeah, only 41 years old. Time flies, right? You do think that those who deny their impulse is somewhat stiff. You personally think that little is better in life than a good party. You see concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and you try your best to never associate with such secretive fools. You are affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and find so-called dignified people disgusting. You believe that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and you value independence. You dreamed of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. You never feel discouraged and never become angry. You have an incredibly calm demeanor, and you are often inflamed by hatred and easily develop hatred towards things. Right? You are obsessed with order and structure in your life, and everything kept in its proper place. Are you a sociopath? He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and is easily moved to mercy. I think that this is actually just describing Sebastian Vettel, the F1 driver. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He is often when he's often in the company of others, he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Well, there we go. I was already struggling to do much of anything, but starting to figure out how to get a few things done slowly. And there was a fire outside. I did not know what started it. Were you on a volcano by chance? And growing while you were trying to figure out how to do things, and everything just got on fire, including a fair chunk of your supplies, your food, and some dwarves. And you threw a towel in at that point. All right. I mean, well, one of the first forts I ever did on stream, a fucking giant crocodile. And like, I knew the basics. Fucking giant crocodile just came out of one of the local rivers and just like killed one of my dwarves and then dragged another dwarf into the water. And then 2 hippos came from the other side and grabbed 2 others. So I had like 3 dwarves left, basically, at that point. And then they cut down a tree and 2 more died when the tree came down. Yes, Atomic Udon. God of Vomit. Well, the reason I confused it with the God of Vomit is my church to that god in this fortress is called the Sanctum of Vomit. So I forget sometimes that it's just the god of disease and death, because the church is called the Sanctum of Vomit. I didn't even name it that. That was just the randomly generated name, and I ran with it. I was like, that's just too fucking good. Yeah, and that's how I learned that Untamed Wilds biomes are scary. Rackle. Anyway, yeah, no, I mean, did you stream this, or were you just, like, messing about off stream? Because, like, let me know if you're streaming DF, and we can swing people in. Because, honestly, and this might sound crazy, one of the best ways to learn Dwarf Fortress, and I've seen a number of people learn it this way, is just start streaming it. Because, the Dwarf Fortress community, and I think I speak for a few of us when I say this, like watching new people play it because we like watching you horribly die. But it's also one of those games where it's very easy to just be like, what's this do? What's this do? How do I do this? Or can I do this? And people will just be like, yep, nope, this is how you do it, this hotkey, this hotkey, this hotkey. And it's if you're okay with that kind of stream, it's actually a pretty good way to just learn Dwarf Fort. Also, the Dwarf Fortress subreddit allows streams to be posted, assuming you link the VOD in the comments when you're done. So you could literally just, like, plop your stream on there and be like, learning game, come yell at me. And people will come yell at you. You want to have more of the basics down first? Fair. Okay, fair. But yeah, if you need help, just ask questions in my Discord. And in regards to, like, random fire coming from nowhere, if you're on a volcano, it could have been, like, a magma crab or something, but... That is actually kind of perplexing, because stuff doesn't just catch fire in DF. Something has to have caused it to catch fire. You get paid for it. Exactly. Well, not necessarily, but it's generally how I learn games. I just turn it on and play. Like, there was one time when I was looting artifacts from a fortress that was covered in lava, and I didn't know that the game wouldn't, you know, put the fire out on them. Anyway, so when my dwarves came back, they all just immediately combusted. Like, they literally spawned back into the map and just went into flames. Which was brilliantly terrible. Also, amazingly hilarious. Was a were-tortoise. A dwarf was left outside in front of it, ran from it, fell into a pond, drowned. Also, may or may not have been bit. Haven't found out yet. Walled him in the hospital. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, the were-tortoise drowned. Oh, okay. I love it when were creatures, like, dive into a moat or something to, like, get across to where you're at, and then, like, turn back into a person and then drown halfway back. It's very funny to me. Very, very funny when that happens. It's not a super common occurrence, but when it does, it's very funny. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where it seems super daunting, but the only thing that is actually daunting about it is the fact that it's super obtuse and hard to learn what your options are. Once you know what your options are and how to go about doing those things, the game becomes a lot easier all of a sudden. Like, yes, it's a difficult game, but it's nowhere near as difficult as, I think, as people make it out to be. Like, once you know what you're doing in DF and you know what the hotkeys are and kind of the basics, it's way easier than a lot of games that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, it's easier than RimWorld. It's easier than most of those games from that. Like, heck, I would say it's easier than Prison Architects. Like, as a game, it's quite simple. It's just hard to know what you can do because there's so many options. And they're also not immediately obvious options a lot of the time. So once you kind of understand the game and its logic, it becomes a much easier thing to play. It's actually just the true Nightmare sequel to Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. So, you know. You liked Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing? Okay, you want that way harder? All right. Also, it'll up your words per minute. Slowness at the moment is a simply lack of the familiarity with the UI and the hotkeys, and everything moves at a snail's pace while you're trying to remember how to open a menu or something. See, that's what chat can help with, right? That's what having people watching can help with. Question, are you playing vanilla or are you playing with Lazy Nude Pack? Boop. Just to try to learn it? Okay. Yeah, that's, in my opinion, the better way to do it because that actually makes it less overwhelming initially. Yeah, I've been stating this for a while now, and more people I think are slowly starting to agree with me, where Lazy Noob Pack is not actually Lazy Noob Pack. It's more like advanced tools for Mega Builders Pack, because that's really what it is. The only thing that's really super helpful about the Lazy Noob Pack is the launcher, but like if you're capable of editing INI files, you don't need it. And as far as actually like just playing Dwarf Fortress goes, you're best off with just downloading the most recent version. Although I will say, right now is probably a much better time to start playing Dwarf Fortress than like 3 months ago, because the current version is a lot kinder, I would say, on the stress. Like the version that I'm playing on right now is an older version that is bugged in a lot of ways. When it comes to the way dwarves deal with shitty, sad days. They're better at it now. More things make them happy. So they are less whiny, which is actually a really nice improvement, especially for people who don't really like managing the stress of dwarves. I really like managing the stress of dwarves, so for me it's actually kind of sad. But if you just want to like witness the stories that it can produce, it's now's a really good time to start playing. Another thing that's also worth noting is a writer who I have a lot of respect for, Gita Jackson, recently compared Dwarf Fortress to Stardew Valley, which I think is fascinating. Just as in, it's a game that you play where you start building a thing and you build up to something from nothing. Like the actual gameplay loop is quite a bit different from Stardew, obviously, but I just think that that's a really interesting way of putting it. It's like it's very much in that kind of style. Yeah, absolutely, Vim. It's like, I don't understand why people seem to think that having 2 extra pieces of software running that you have to learn simultaneously with the already complex Dwarf Fortress UI, I don't understand how that's any better than just, learning the Dwarf Fortress UI. Like, it's really not. And you'll have a much better understanding of how the game works if you play it in vanilla. So... Hey, Narvicious. Just an update. Your dwarf is still alive and well, by the way. And you are quite happy as the tavern keeper when you're not working out in the military. And when you're in the military, you are a spear master. And you seem to think that the amount of practice that goes into mastering a skill is impressive. But yeah, no, I just... Obviously, like I'm always looking for more people to stream Dwarf Fortress because it's kind of quiet around here. It's kind of quiet around here in this directory sometimes. It sometimes feels like it's just me, basically. But there's people who like watching this game, as I think is shown by my chat. There's a few other people who stream DF, but not enough. Cupo, who's actually on right now, who's one of the few other active people. This is a good dwarf. Your dwarf's a good dwarf. Actually, how old is Narvicious now? 139. You have a massive old jagged scar on your neck. Blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. And you feel joy remembering the establishment of a guild hall. You weren't alive when it was established. What? Maybe I upgraded it or something. How would you remember something that you weren't alive to see? Strange. Oh, and another thing, Frackle. If you're not in the KitFox Discord, I recommend you also join the KitFox Discord. Just because, like, it's a really good place to immediately get advice on how to play DF. Yeah. Like, my Discord has a room specifically for Dwarf Fortress and will answer questions about Dwarf Fortress stuff, but there isn't as many people in my Discord, so it takes us a little bit longer to respond to, like, assistant stuff. Like, it might take a couple hours for me to notice that somebody posted in there. Whereas, like, the KitFox Discord, they'll be on it immediately. Like, you'll have answers in a few seconds. KitFox is the publisher who is publishing the Steam version of DF. The founder of KitFox is good friends with Parn Adams, programmer of DF. So yeah, it might sound kind of like a weird name at first, but like, yeah, they are the people that's publishing Steam Dwarf Fort. Currently, we are putting glass windows all the way around my staircase, hopefully so that my dwarves will stop falling, which they don't do frequently, but I've had a few dwarves fall far enough that it's like scary, so I'm basically building them this safety net all the way around so that hopefully the birds just won't path and try and dive bomb them. Because buzzards like to show up sometimes, and when they show up, they like to dive bomb my dwarfs. Also worth noting, on Saturdays, I do one-shot forts. So I skipped this past week because I took the weekend off, basically. But normally on Saturdays, I do one-off fortresses. So I start a fortress with a theme and try my best to build as much of a fortress as possible in one sitting. We usually last 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 or 5 on the long end. So I try and build as complicated a fortress as possible in as short a time as possible, and it's quite a bit of fun. So if you want to watch me play a fort from the beginning, that's a good way to do that. That are over on the YouTube channel. They're called day forts, and they're all up on YouTube, so you can watch those too if you like, if you feel so inclined. And thanks, guys, for the channel points. Cheers. Which I think we're going to finish today, although I already took the day off. I took it on Saturday, Sunday, because I needed the days real bad and couldn't really wait, so just took the days off already. But I don't know what I'm going to do with channel points now, because I'm taking one less day off a week, or I'm streaming one less day per week. So I don't think I'll need the extra days off anymore. So I don't know what to do with channel points anymore. Like the day off thing was like pretty cool, and I like that thing works quite well. But now I'm like, okay, crap. Now I don't know what to do with channel points again. But also, when it comes to learning Dwarf Fortress, this also kind of isn't the best fortress to be watching. Not because it's a bad fortress, but just because this is not a normal fortress. It is not a normal fortress. Just because of how old it is. This fortress is probably older than most people will ever get to. It's like, I've been playing this fortress for 6 months now. Just keep that in mind. This one fort for 6 months. So just kind of, I guess, keep that in mind. But I guess the biggest piece of advice I could ever give to a new Dwarf Fortress player is just the slower you go and the more time you kind of take to just get to know all of your dwarves, the more fun you'll have with it. It's like, yeah, it's a game that can be played super fast, but you will enjoy your time a lot more if you slow down. Just get to know everybody. So you can have some pretty fun little family dramas. One of my favorite ones that happened in this fortress was Sui had been married for a number of years. She's now died of old age, unfortunately. Grandma Sui finally passed away. But Grandma Sui, when she was a young dwarf, was very, very depressed because she could never... She wanted to have a lover. Quite literally, like, that was her description. Like, or in her little head, she's like, sad after being unable to make merry, wanting to find love, yeah, all that stuff. Found a lover and got married. They were happily married for a very long time and had a lot of kids. And then her husband started getting kind of depressed and started getting kind of whiny and tantruming. Started tantruming. Tantrumed and broke a bunch of stuff. And the mayor sentenced him to a beating, which killed him. So more or less sentenced him to death. He was beaten to death. Yes, to those of you who play a lot of DF, I'm aware that there are many ways to avoid this. But just hear me out. I don't always go out of my way to stop problems like that from happening because I think they can cause some interesting interactions. Anyway, so he was beaten to death. Literally within seconds, Earth time, which is a couple of days, Dwarf time, Sui got married to the mayor. I think it was a setup. They'd been kindred spirits for a very long time. And then they were happily married until he died of old age, and then she died of old age like 10 years later, so... that happened. which is kind of amazing. There's little bits and pieces like that, you know? Or like the 3 kobolds that showed up and stole some stuff from one of my stockpiles very early in this fortress in like the first 10 years. And then they showed up again and stole some things and made it out. And then showed up a third time. And then one of my dwarves beat the living shit out of it and killed one of them. And then the other 2 ran away. And then we made a statue dedicated to the one that we killed to kind of like make them run away, right? Well, if you look, this is the statue. It's been here for like 160 years now. It's a masterful statue of Kaljarorber, the kobold who we killed. On the item is a masterfully designed image of Kaljarorber, the kobold, and Gurgi Kalildus, the kobold, in Nice, by Cassiopeia, who was one of the original 7 dwarves. Kaljarorber is embracing Gurgi Kalildus, one of the other 3 that was stealing my stuff, and the artwork relates to the marriage of the kobold Kaljarorber and the kobold Gurgi Kalildus in the early spring of year 5. We murdered half of a married couple. And I still fucking feel bad. I still feel bad. They never came and robbed us after that. I still feel bad about that shit. Yes, early days of Longdeath. It's so fucking sad, man. I don't even know how long kobolds live. I wonder if Kaljarorber, or I wonder if Gurgi Kalildus, rather, is still alive. Hope it was safe travels and a quick and easy event. The statue was your idea. You're like, yo, let's make a statue to, like, scare them off. And I was like, yeah, totally. So we just made a statue, and that was the statue that the dwarves drew. Because often the dwarves know more about what's going on in the world than the player does. And the dwarves just drew that. An event from that kobold's history. Also, don't mind the vampire who's locked to my walls in this fortress. He just lives there. He's screaming for all eternity. It's fine. And that's just this fortress. Like, so many great little stories like that come out of DF. You need to lurk a little? We're in late autumn, so there will be... You have like a whole season before the next paperwork. How's Abe doing? This dwarf is weird. Gets super upset when he's not in the military for a while. Put him in the military for a few months, totally fine. Just make him go work out. He's just a gym rat. That's all he is. Also, Belag the Second is one of my more recent military. Also, I totally fucking forgot. Belag is the son of Bastet and Hazard Jeff. Belag's 40. How old's Bastet and Hazard Jeff now? 142. Really? Were they that young when we got them? I guess. God damn this video game. Lil M. Katsu is reading books. Dreams of mastering a skill, hey? Start your day with the Mountain Halls. A classic, we're told. But yeah, the fun of Dwarf Fortress for me is just kind of proving to people that this game is more approachable than they might immediately think that it is. Which is really cool. The cat sleeps on your pillow and your chair while you're gone. Well, this is the assumption that you need to make when you own a cat, right? You need to make the assumption that literally any surface that exists, your cat will be sleeping on or sitting on or putting their butt on when you're not there, assuming the cat can access it. So countertops, sinks, sofas, beds, everything. You enjoy the YouTube VODs? You know what's hilarious to me is no matter how much I advocate for putting all of your shit on YouTube, so many streamers just kind of look at me like I'm a fucking alien whenever I suggest it. I'm like, put your shit on YouTube, and they're like, people don't watch those. And then I'm like, but like they do though. And then they're like, yeah, but that's because you make DF stuff and it works for Dwarf Fortress, but not other stuff. I'm like, all right. It's actually like a difficult challenge I have to deal with. It's like nobody watches them initially. You have to do it for a long time. And also make stuff around it. But, you know, like if I only uploaded the news and update videos to my YouTube channel right now, it would look like my YouTube channel is doing extremely well. Like my last 4 videos, 3 of them would have over 10,000 views. But it's like, because I just put all my VODs up, it looks like all my videos get like 200 views. But like, what's happening is people are watching the stuff that they come to the channel for and sticking around for the other stuff as well, which is actually way better than just watching the edited shit. Meaning that my workload that I need to keep up the YouTube channel goes down and these streams stick around longer, you know? The fact that I've got people telling me almost on a daily basis now that they just made it through the first 10 episodes of Longdeath is incredible to me. I told the story of how a masterful unicorn earring created by Dragon Man for the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath in the late summer of 145 at the simple dinner, and I feel giddy. So right now, Eternal is telling the story of how Dragon Man made a masterful unicorn bone earring. Congratulations to that dwarf. And also, R.I.P. to the great dwarf Dragon Man, the mother of many of my dwarves. That dwarf had so many kids, it was great. We need more dwarves like that. Although Bastet and Hazard Jeff are kind of becoming that for the fort right now. 34 dwarves, 6 more to go, and then we can start doing heavy construction again. Heads up, chat, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. How many windows do I have left? 8. Oh, perfect. That's plenty. Then this stairway will be completely encased in glass. Boom, 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 boom. I've had kind of bad luck on wins today's. We'll see what we can do. Good luck, guys. That was a statue I deconstructed because the leg landed on it and they couldn't find the leg on top of the statue. It's kind of weird. Sometimes if like a piece of a body flies off of somebody for some reason and it lands on a statue, they won't be able to remove it from the statue, so you have to like deconstruct the statue from underneath it. I've seen that happen with a few different pieces of furniture, but I see it happen the most with statues, where if something like lands on a statue, it'll just sit there forever and they won't be able to pass to it for whatever reason. It's kind of a weird like interaction bug that I've noticed with loose items that get thrown around and statues specifically. Also, another rumor from abroad. This has been happening more and more now. The Outpost Liaison FICOT has shared a rumor from abroad. That's really neat. Trying to think, what would that be? Pretty sure. Well, I mean, that's old news. We knew about that. I do like that the population of the mountain home has gone up by 10. That's good to see. So looming threat. Also, thanks guys for the follows. I've seen a couple follows come in today. I don't have a notification for them to just kind of let people quietly follow if they want to. But quite a few new follows have come in today, so cheers, guys. Yay, I actually won for once. I very rarely win investments, so yay. All right, well, that's our stairway. Almost. I say almost because there's a few that I intentionally left unfilled in, like this one. My stairs are now entirely encased in glass. So hell yeah. There we go. Glass stairs. Success. Meaning hopefully I won't get any more combat notifications about dwarves falling off the stairs and crashing back down onto said stairs. Rigged? Absolutely not. Why would I ever do a thing like that? Speaking of rigged, how are you, Axon? How is things? The dwarves are dancing. Probably dances we know well. Yeah, the fuchsia velvet. Time for bowling. Have fun time bowling. Just remember, you're going bowling, not plating. That was an excellent joke. That was very funny, and now you should all laugh. I am a very funny person. Speaking of funny people, stumbled on a video. Jeff listens to the Aqua album. What's he making you listen to, Barbie Girl? But life is plastic, and it's fantastic. You hate that song? Well, just telling me you hate it. Is all wrecked again? Other than that, doing fine. How's the agonizingly long death? Agonizing? What makes you think it's agonizing? The long death is calm and chillaxed. And an enjoyable experience, for me at least. I don't know if that's the case for you. But for me, it's been quite enjoyable. the longest of deaths is. That is. Tonight I'm gonna play some Jupiter Hell, because I've got that itch, man. I was gonna do it yesterday, but did Dungeon Mans yesterday, so tonight we're gonna do some Nightmare Jupiter Hell runs. You're getting real good at the first hour of Tome. Are you speedrunning the first hour of Tome yet? Let me tell you this, Axon. If you ever get tired of Tome, you should try playing Brogue or another roguelike that a full run of it is like 4 hours. Because those roguelikes tend to be a lot more beatable than Tome is. It's like, Tome is great, and you will one day beat Tome. But I would recommend learning some shorter roguelikes so that you can play those and enjoy those. And have something to like intersperse between the super long home runs. Also, I was going to ask you, because I know that like you will play really long runs of Tome. Have you ever like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like started a run, saved, gone to bed, woke up the next day, and walked over to your computer, sat down, and then immediately died. Because I do that way too much. You're paying me to have the right to advertise Jupiter Hell. Yes. Yes. It's the best thing to pay me to do. You've lost a few NetHack games that way. Frackle, when are you just going to join me on the dark side and sink deep into the ASCII nightmares of the games that I play? Just join me in the traditional roguelike streaming universe. Oh, also, for those of you who maybe weren't paying a huge amount of attention, Blue Water really likes cows. Blue Water has 2 pet cows now, a bull and a cow. And Eternal also has a pet cow. It's actually kind of a nice way to keep dwarves happy. Give them a pet. Put it down at a precarious moment. Okay. And then you come back and then just immediately die. Well, my way to avoid that is I'll put it down at a precarious moment, then leave, come back the next day, play a different character and die really quickly, kind of intentionally, and then go to the precarious moment. Whenever I'm playing roguelikes off stream, that's what I do. Have I eaten lunch? No. I was kind of thinking about it, though. Dicey moments are intoxicating. You need to practice the habit of go make a cup of tea. When you get to a precarious moment, you stop, you sit back, you get up, you go make a cup of tea, you come back and you sit down, and your head's clear, and then you play through the dicey event. Yes, I've been listening to way too much roguelike radio. I've been going through their whole backlog of episodes because I realized, like, the first, 2 years of roguelike radio I never really listened to. So, first few years of roguelike radio. I think I started at, like, episode 100 or so. So I've been going back and re-listening to all of the old episodes of roguelike radio. I miss roguelike radio. Please come back. Ponder lamination and encyclopedia. They want to make a laminated encyclopedia, I think. I think I'm going to assign a new dwarf as the militia commander. More high boots. So that Tiny Goliath, who's my current militia commander, can go do other things. I think I'm going to give it to one of my peasants. Doesn't matter who. Let's go with Goffer. Goffer, you can go be our dungeon keeper slash captain of the military or captain of the guard. And I'm going to do that so that a Tiny Goliath can go and, you know, do the job that I think Tiny Goliath's always wanted to do. Work in the library. Desperately wants to make a discovery. So Goffer 2, you're free to go. And Tiny can go do what Tiny wants to do. Whatever that might be. Who's currently listed as just our hammerer, but I thought I took you off of hammerer. Okay, that also needs to be Goffer. So now you're listed as a scholar. Why are you asking if I've eaten lunch? Are you just curious, Pilot? Or do you base something in your day based on when I eat lunch? You're feeling hungry yourself? Yeah, kind of getting to that point too. Leatherworking demonstrations. I love watching dwarves just like lead demonstrations. It's so neat. Just watch their skills go up without them actually doing anything. It's fucking fantastic. What time of year are we in? Midwinter? All right, chat. I think I'm going to go do lunch, which means I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to get up and I'm going to go grab my sandwich. I got to give myself an injection and do some other things. So I'm going to turn the camera off and go AFK for a couple of minutes. I won't be going too far away. I will be back pretty quickly, ideally. So if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. And if I could get a big round of beers just for everybody hanging out, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody, for all the support today and the little hype train earlier. And thanks, everybody, for all the follows and the resubs and all of that jazz. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. BRB. And that sounds delicious, Frackle.
huesos.
Cheese for everyone! You fucking donkey!
No, 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 no! 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 All right. I had to go open a new box of sharps. Sorry for taking so long. But I have returned. With food that needs eating. So. Doesn't look like I missed much. Good stuff. Your lurk's over. Stone, welcome back. Yeah, that was like a 9-minute lunch break. Bit longer than I'm used to. Sorry about that. This fort took forever, or this construction took forever to build, but it was worth it. Choo-choo. Yeah, there you go. It is springtime, so has anybody died? That's the question. I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, that's good. Not having dwarves that died is good. And there's the annual tribute. I just need to pour me some coffee. Done with the sandwich now. It was a cucumber salad and cheese with a little bit of hummus. Yeah, shoutouts to the dingo blood. I wonder if they're threatening me because I'm storing dingoes in the fort. Maybe they're sending a sign? That's my theory, is it's like a threat because I'm storing dingoes in the fort. They must not like seeing 2 dingoes in captivity. 2 perfectly happy dingo pups. It's a tip. A tip? Like an extra donation on top? Like, you know, we just had this dingo blood lying around. So, you know, here, have a little bit of extra. It's a bonus. You'll love it. I mean, we were slaughtering all the dingoes anyway, so. We're like, well, why not? Just like, you know, give them dingo blood. In less than an hour, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 releases on Steam. I kind of want it. I kind of want it. Not gonna lie, I kind of want it. They're back to discussing animals as surgical models and pondering blood vessels. They're thinking very hard about blood vessels right now. Wait, what? What did that say? Did that say learning about... Oh, water clocks. Well, they were discussing water clocks recently again, too. And division. Now, it'd be really weird if they were discussing WandaVision. This dwarf must just love socializing, because, like, this dwarf has jobs assigned for them to do. But they just hang out in the tavern all day. Dingo have blood? Dingo defo have blood. We dissected Dingo with a surgical model and found out that Dingo not only has blood, but also blood vessels and muscles and skin. And Apostle II has given birth to another girl. Man, we're never going to have any more babies because the next generation is literally all girls. Does anybody want to be this newest baby girl in the fruit? Anybody? Any volunteers to join the fortress, assuming you're not currently alive in the fortress? Amazon Dwarf tribe? I mean, most of my mayors have been ladies. Well, I'll give it to Frackle, because Frackle took it, unless Ronald wants it. Either or. You can go either way. Because Frackle didn't seem totally sold on the idea of being it. It was a very indecisive yes, so I would like to confirm that Frackle wants it. Otherwise, we can give it to Ronald. Ronald can have? Okay. Ronald! She is the daughter of Apostle II and Sparkly 4K, the current mayor. Meaning, you are currently in the family of, you know, sort of royalty. You have plenty of older sisters and one older brother. Tiny Goliath is your older brother. Your older sisters are Candle Pixie, Ducky, who's dead, unfortunately, Lilum Katsu, Goffer II, and Stone. So you are related to Stone, aka Seashore's Wall in chat. And you were born today, which makes you very young indeed. Your hair is wavy. Your very long hair is braided. She is tall and her head is somewhat broad. Her hair is ecru and her skin is sandy taupe and her eyes are cobalt. She dreams of mastering crafting a masterwork someday and personally values decorum and would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight and often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. So you bully your sisters, is what you're saying. Yes, Ducky, you're dead. I am sorry. That was not my intention. You know, I'm actually just going to get rid of this zone. And just get them to head up to the other one.
Bring out your dead!
Dwarf! No, and my cow died of old age. I mean, my moose died of old age. I've been waiting for the elves to bring me a male moose for a while. They keep sending me emails, but they won't send me a male moose. That's very unfortunate. That was a terrible joke, Jesus. Gotta get more moose. I need more moose. Yeah. Like I said earlier in the stream, I am very funny, and I am a hilarious person. Here for the new generation of life givers? Yeah, well. Here's the sad part, is I'm going to need to bring in single merchants from other forts because all of my lady dwarves need significant others. And while some dwarves are okay with polygamy, most are not. So, this fort is just going to turn into like a weird polygamy cult. Is you're not able to catch the email man to tell him to stop giving you that spam? I know, right? You don't need, like, do you have any idea how many local recycling places are just full of empty cans from all of this spam that we just have to throw away? Because, like, Like we like the annual food waste is ridiculous because do you have any idea how many people who use email are vegetarian? Well, so many of those people every single year receive thousands of megatons worth of spam sent directly to their emails. And because it's impossible to catch the email man and inform them that you do not want to receive any more cans of spam in your emails, the amount of food waste and can waste is ridiculous. This is a terrible joke. Why am I still dedicating to it? I'm going to shut the fuck up now. You're going to vicariously play through me. I mean, between me and Krug Smash, you could vicariously play through us forever. This joke is 35 seconds too long. It's just like most things I do. 35 seconds too long. Or too short, depending. Professionals have standards. I don't have standards. What are you talking about? But AJ Metal. Yeah, that's fair. Dwarf Fortress isn't anywhere near as crazy as I think some people think it is. The hardest part about learning Dwarf Fortress is just learning what your options are. Once you kind of know what your options are, actually playing Dwarf Fortress is not that time-consuming or crazy. I mean, I fully commit. That's like the one thing that I can really say that's positive about everything that I do. No matter what I'm doing, I fully commit. Well, AJ, out of curiosity, what is the most complex game you would say that you've learned? I mean, it's overhyped in literally everybody's head. The thing that I always tell people is like the only skills you need to be able to play Dwarf Fortress, you need to be able to type. You need to be able to type, and you need to be able to read. So if you're in my chat talking, you're capable of playing Dwarf Fortress. That's what I always tell people. Some people believe me, and some people look at me like I'm a nutcase, which is fair because I am. But probably one of the muds. Oh, muds are way harder to learn than Dwarf Fortress. Just as hard. But, you know, that also depends on time, right? Barn owl, emu, mule, barn owl, barn owl. Elves, why haven't you brought me a gremlin? I just want a gremlin. Why is it so much to ask for? I just want a gremlin. Fancy pedestal. Okay, what god is dirty fabric? Because that's dirty fabric strings. Like, I've seen shimmering fabric, glowing fabric. No, not really. It's nothing like playing a mud. A game that would feel more like playing a mud would be more like War Sim. Or even just a modern mud. Because the game's not entirely text-based, right? I mean, it's like playing any kind of town builder, unless you're playing adventure mode. Adventure mode is like playing an open world top-down RPG. More in the kin to like something like an Ultima. Dirty metal. Dirty. Down at the bottom here? I can show it to you. Why didn't I go via up? Dirty fabric. Yeah, there it is. Dirty fabric rally wool strings, which is their instrument, which I can't make. That's the muck god? That's a muck god? Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's dirty fabric. Because that one's new to me. I've never seen dirty before. I mean, I've seen dirty, but, like, not in Dwarf. I've never seen strings described as dirty, okay? And that being a value add. These strings are dirty as hell. Dedicated to the god of mud. Gotta mute while working. Do what you gotta do. I won't interrogate you too much about your game playing habits, but if you do decide you want to try and take the plunge and learn some DF, we can always help. They're divine in their dirt. Grand. Discuss Encyclopedia. Have they written any books recently? Nope. Not in a very long time. I've got many books that are open and available to be written. Like, many things for them to write on. But it's been a very long time since they've actually written any books. Yeah, it's been a while. Since, like, glue and animal diets. It's like Sparkly 4K and Cheers Jamie wrote a lot of books. Was always on about the dirty strings. I don't know if I want to ask about your dirty strings, man. There's some things where I'm just like, I don't know if I need to know about your dirty strings. I, god of mud, dirty and divine, live deep in the shallows of muck. Are you doing a triple stack? I can't tell if you're making a pyramid or not, or if you're just making a dwarf draw gun. I got an idea for a dwarf face emote last night, but I don't have enough emote slots, and I also really don't want to, like, get rid of any emotes. And we're very far away from being able to have more emote slots. But, I got a real good idea for a dwarf face. That would be kind of amazing, I think. We were just messing with the gun. I mean, it's a good combo. We'll see you later, Brander. You have a good one. Take care of yourself. Behave. Wash your hands. Don't step on the carpet. Wait, I'm taking picture points line. That's always like the fastest way to make me not feel welcome in somebody's house if I'm visiting somebody's house for the first time and they tell me not to stand on the carpet. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the attack on the seductions of living at the Joyous Devil in Spidery Desert by the ignited creation of the early spring of the year 156. Story of a battle. I wonder who told that story. I like to think it was one of the dwarves who actually took part in it. I kind of would love to see one of the dwarves that I've expelled end up as royalty. Like, because there's a handful of dwarves that are just alive and out in the world somewhere that were born in this fortress because they've been expelled or booted out of the fort for one various reason or another. That's a bad joke, and I love it. I just came up with a bad dwarf fortress joke. Why did Ficod punch a bloated tuber? He wanted to make beetroot wine. Oh, that's way funnier than it should be. It was enough to make me smile, which is better than most jokes.
Bring out
Yep.
your dead.
I agree. Fucking bring out your dead. It's almost like phrasing stuff and speaking is my speciality. One of my favorite quotes, I want to say, was like from one of the people watching Dyer. And Dyer was having one of those days where he was just super sleepy and just rambling a lot. And he's just like, man, I'm so bad at my job. I can't even talk coherently. And then one of the people in his chat was like, Dyer, we're not paying you to talk coherently. We're paying you to be entertaining. You're doing just fine. Was one of my favorite, like, lines about a streamer that I've ever read. We're not paying you to talk coherently. We're paying you to be entertaining. Well, now, do 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 do. But I'm glad I could be of service in phrasing your thing better. Thanks, Ronald. Cheers. We're into mid-spring. We're actually making pretty good time today. Maybe it's because I started in the middle of the summer and I normally don't. So I normally end the streams on like the 1st of spring. But we're already in the year 194. We started in the year 192, which is pretty good. Maybe we can do 195 today. Also, something I'm going to do. So as a little change of pace for things for a few seconds here. So I'm going to build a little bit out this way. Because that is going to be where I'm going to start the new library. Because you may have noticed, I built a new tavern up here. Build a new library over there. So close to the point goal. I've already taken the day off, though, so it is something that I took over the weekend. Normally, I just wait until the actual day, but I needed the mental health days way more than actually playing by the rules, so took the day off already. But it's a bar that you can fill. Yeah, true. You know what I could do? I could just run a monthly channel point goal, which is just a like a particularly long stream unlock or something. It's like a 12-hour stream on a Thursday or something. That's maybe. I'm trying to think of other, like, I'm open to ideas too. I'm trying to think of other things I could do with the channel point goals that aren't just make me take a day off, because I don't really want to take more than 2 days off a week. Like, occasionally I could do another one for a day off, but I've basically been running those once a month recently. So it's like, well, what if I just, like, do something else with it? Maybe it's just fill the bar, you know you want to. How close are we? Hey, chat, if you have channel points that you haven't clicked the button yet, we have 700,074. 774,000 would be dependent on my mood, though. I mean, I could choose what day I do it, right? I could choose what day I do it. But, you know, we'll also just see, like, if my mood and general well-being and mental health improve with the more time off stuff, right? That's also kind of a thing that we need to see. There we go. Cheers, Cook. Hey, Stun! Round of beers. Wow, wow, wow. The thingy is full. It is finished. We are complete. Feels good. Where did my diorite go? Yeah, fucking whatever. That or I could just do like the occasional 666,666 goal, which I do occasionally, which will just be summon Satan. And it doesn't actually do anything. Just summon Satan. Or just hail Satan, even. Metal hands. Enjoy your lurks, Pi. Pi, I was shocked to see you in Ponce's stream last night. It was very surprising. Thanks, Cook, for pushing us over the edge, by the way. It's good to see you, too. I hope you're doing well. And that's just a short construction break. And then down here, this is going to be built. There's going to be another spherical building down here. Abe has become attached to a bronze spear. Well, that is fine. Although you are not happy, which is not good. Although you are blissful after sleeping in your wonderful bedroom, so... Hang in there, Dwarf. Stay good now, would you? It'd be very unfortunate if we were to lose you for some reason. I can't export grates. Well, that's not great. The puns today are just too dry. Like, this is bad. We need a watering can. I mean, don't we always? It's when it takes the dwarves long enough that they get thirsty while they are constructing. When it takes them that long to construct something, it's too much construction all at once. Like this one dwarf already went and got thirsty in the time that they were doing that. You're wearing old clothing? What? Oh, you are. Make 50 leather hoods. Do it. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. I mean, unvesting I don't even think is a word, let alone a command. Unvest. It's the opposite of invest. Nice. Kokra. Oh, see, now that's undress. Removing a vest would be undress, not unvest. Doesn't matter who it is. If you're removing a vest, it is certainly undress, not unvest. I'm not very invested in this conversation anyway, though, so we should change this object. I need to stop. What the hell is wrong with me today? We're back to discussing division. It's really interesting how adults remember playing make-believe for a really long time in Dwarf Fort. I find that very interesting. Unvest is a verb that means to take, to take off elastional investments. Well, the more you know. One thing at a time, apparently. Late spring. It's nice watching kids play where the military is training. It's kind of neat, especially when it's like their parents training. Wow, I actually knew a word that someone in chat didn't know. I actually knew a word that someone didn't know. Unicorn leather hood. I really hope that the unicorn leather hoods have horns on them. I really, really hope that that's the case. Yes. No, totally. No, absolutely. That would make sense. I don't know. I feel like streamer's always the one who doesn't know the words. I love how, okay, this dwarf just like stops mid-run, throws the pigtail hood on the ground, and turns around and fucking books it back into the area where it was built, and just like grabs a unicorn leather hood. Please tell me it's unicorn leather. Please grab a unicorn leather one. Nope, donkey leather. Although he is content after putting on a finely crafted item. Nowhere near as cool as unicorn leather. A single antler albino elk. I mean, I don't fucking, wouldn't that just be like a weird elk? Because it would technically need to be like a horse with a horn. But for sake of discussion, I will simply say yes. Chat, would a single antler albino elk count as a unicorn? Maybe if like you dyed its mane rainbow and painted the antler. I mean, I'm sure that you could make a... I'm sure that you could make a tanned taxidermied creature look like a unicorn, though. But yeah, I would also go with that. Like, yeah, horse is kind of not even close to an elk. Elks are a very different hoofed family. I mean, they're both hoofed creatures, but very different creatures. I'd kind of be with stone there, but like for the sake of interest of discussion, How often do single antlered albino elk come up as something that you would tan at work? Do those come up often? Just means one horn? Yes, technically. But punicorns means nothing. Rhinos are just fat unicorns. I mean, they're just thicky corns, okay? That's very different. 1 in 15 years. Wow. Damn. I actually learned relatively recently that there's a taxidermy office pretty close to where I live, or place that'll do taxidermy stuff. It's right next to a hunting place. Horns are not antlers? Yes. Basically. I didn't know either of those things until 2 seconds ago, Stone. Was a scar down to the skull. Was that how it died? Why did I already know that, but like couldn't think of what it was? Interesting, Frackle. Yeah, horn does not equal antler. I would still say that getting the opportunity to taxidermize a albino single-horned elk is still fucking cool, though. Just as a thing that someone could do. But I wouldn't call it a unicorn. It's like the albino black bear that we have at our zoo. I think it's still alive. I don't think it's died. But the local zoo to me has a albino black bear, which is quite famous. It just sits there and goes. All the time because it can't see shit. It just squints at you from a distance. I don't know what that even means. Stunning impression. Thanks, man. I've tried my whole life to look like an albino black bear. Actually, a friend of mine growing up was half albino. His mom was albino. I never actually met his mom, but he would have to do that out in the sun. I mean, you use the word am so much, I don't know what you're talking about half the time, Stone. It makes sense when you're talking about yourself, but when you're talking about other things as am, it's very strange. It's a really weird sentence to read. All whales am. All whales are. What? Are you just like falling down a Wikipedia rabbit hole, just like ricocheting down a hole? Because that's what it sounds like from what you're writing, though. An elk is closer to a whale than a horse. So you're saying that an elk is closer in relations to a whale than a horse? Genetically? Huh. All right. Go on. Why? I'd like to know more. Pressing next on this slideshow. Where the fuck did my cougar go? Oh, it's up here. Okay. Because I saw the cougar walk here, and then walk here, and then it just disappeared. And I thought that... Okay. That clip is bad because on one hand it's really funny, but on the other hand it also looks like I'm being racist as hell. It is a really funny clip though. Should like screenshot it, Photoshop my face out, and just make it into crypt bright or crypt light or something. 'Cause I'm just it's bright. Crypt sunshine. There you go. You said I'm. That is very confusing. Yeah, I'm very confused as well. Which is why I'd like you to link whatever you're reading, because I'd like to read it. Also heard that water/breathing air may have been adapted to possibly hundreds. New genetic study links whale and cow. Okay. Cows are commonly related to whale, or more closely related to whales than pigs, says genetic study that suggests that a new place for whales in the evolutionary tree. Prior studies have indicated that whales, along with dolphins and porpoises, are rather closely related to hoofed mammals, with an even number of toes. What the fuck? That group includes pigs, hippos, and camels, cows, deer, giraffes, and sheep. Also, this story is from 1997, by the way. Previous studies implied that the cow is more closely related to the whale than the horse, but even-toed mammals were thought to be more closely related to each other than any of them, whereas whales were to whales. The new study challenges this idea and says that hippos and cud-chewing mammals like cows and sheep are more closely related to whales and dolphins and porpoises than other even-toed animals like pigs and mammals. The work was presented in the August 14 issue of the journal Nature by scientists from Japan. They reached their conclusions by studying details of genetic material. Huh. Do you have enough barrels? Or are all of your barrels full? That would be my knee-jerk reaction question. That or are your barrels set to, or is your stockpile set to no barrels? All empty? Is your stockpile set to no barrels? Because ER max barrel 16. Yeah, I would try making rock pots or jugs. See if they use a different material. But that seems strange. I would also try deleting and remaking your food stockpile. Is there anything in the orders that would stop them from doing that? I mean, if you ever mess around with the orders screen, you might have no mix food on. Which is the M, which is that. In the order screen, which is just O. Trying to think of other things that could cause that. Yeah, my conclusion would be try making rock pots or jugs and see if they use those. But my assumption is that your barrels are full, or you're out of barrels. That's like my knee-jerk assumption. That or you have no barrels assigned or barrels forbidden by mistake, which certainly happens. But yeah, that's a little weird. First thing I would try would be deleting and remaking food stockpile. Second thing I would try would be making sure that barrels are not forbidden. Third thing I would try would be making rock pots or jugs to to see if they use a different material. That's what I would try in that order. Yes, 1,000%. DF hack makes the game more buggy. It makes the game more unstable, and it makes the game significantly more crash prone. Multiplied by Dwarf Therapist. But the thing with DF hack is if you are very well versed in the bugs that you're running into, you can negate them and stop them from happening within DF hack. So if a bug occurs and you have DF hack, you can remove the bug with DF hack if you know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing with DF hack, so I never use it. That's not totally true. I know the basics of DF hack, but like I don't find it necessary, so I don't use it. The humans have arrived to trade, and so has the royal treasurer. 'Tis that time of years again. Is Dwarf Therapist safe? No. No, Dwarf Therapist also adds into the instability. Like, give you an idea, if you use both of them, in the last 3 years of me streaming Dwarf Fortress super actively, I can count on 2 hands the number of times the game has crashed. Like, I've had a total, not counting like world gen crashes, because that's the majority of the game's crashes, you know, on more unstable builds. Not counting world gen crashes or saves where I've modded the game, I've had tops 6 or 7 crashes in the entirety of my time playing Dwarf Fort on stream. A lot of it, but I highly doubt that this is caused by a bug. This is probably, you've probably got some option flipped that none of us are thinking of. That is causing your dwarves to not do that. I don't think they would just stop doing that. I highly doubt this is a bug. This is probably, you've probably just got some sort of option flipped that we aren't thinking of. That, or you think something's empty where it's not actually, or like something is tripping something up and I don't know what it is unless I can look at your game. Yeah, chat, does anybody have any ideas on things that could stop dwarves from using barrels in stockpiles? They're just placing the food in the stockpile. My knee-jerk reaction is that you need more barrels. But I don't know. I would try making more barrels if you haven't done that yet. Just Dwarf Fortress. I mean, see if things change. I doubt it. I'd be willing to bet money you just have something switched. But it's hard to say. Like, to give you an idea, I love how Stone's still just having this, like, mental snap. This is all filled with food, right? If I don't have some pots filling these spots up, they will fill the stockpile up with food first. Then once there's X amount of food in the stockpile, they'll collect all the food from the stockpile and put it into a pot. So once the stockpile fills up, they will then go grab a pot or a barrel, put it into the stockpile, pick up all the food from the ground and put it into there. But if they're just like leaving food, another possibility is like if you're slaughtering like 100 cows, right? They will focus on slaughtering the cows and not on stocking the food into the stockpile. So if you just slaughtered a shit ton of animals and all your food's rotting and you're going, why is all my food rotting? That could be a problem. But definitely check your order screen. Make sure that you have mixed food turned on so that they mix food, and make sure that you have, where's gather food? Yeah, F, gather food. Dwarves gather food turned on. If either of those are tripped, that could be causing it. But those are both set by default to be that way, so you should be fine unless you're messing in that screen. The Dwarven society in your world has developed a religious opposition to putting food in barrels. God, could you imagine if they could actually do that? That'd be so fucking frustrating. That would be the worst. Yeah, that's what that means, which is real fucking weird. Stone. Yeah, apologies I couldn't be more assistance immediately. Dwarf is a complicated game that even people who play don't always know the immediate response. Like I still to this day will run into things occasionally where I'm just like, what the fuck's that do? And then it's like 20 minutes of fiddling and then, oh, okay, I found it. Figured it out. I usually figure it out pretty quick, but like in this fortress, one weird eccentricity is I have a full beehive setup. I have plenty of empty jugs. I should be able to make mead. But sometimes I just can't make honey from honeycomb. It's like that again. It worked for a bit, and now we're back to it just not working for some reason. I don't know. I have plenty of bees. That's not the problem. I very much enjoy this tangent. I am getting a lot of amusement out of Stone just slowly falling down this rabbit hole of what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck. This is why Stone's like loud like internal deliberations about even-toed creatures and animals' relations to whales. I'm reading this and going, this is why the internet exists. That entire like set of comments about whales and elk is why that's why the internet exists. Or do I have honey in the food stockpile already? I have honey in the food stockpile already. I have a dozen hives that are ready to be pressed, and sometimes the job just isn't available for a couple of years at a time. I don't know why. And then it just works again after a bit. Although I'm not too committed to making mead to really dig into it to actually like figure it out. So I just kind of ignore it, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So I have enough mead that the one dwarf that really wants mead can get mead when he wants it, and that's fine. Sure, I'll bring the bags of powders too. Yeah, mammals are fucking weird, man. Also, hello, General Grub. Welcome to the stream. Is your name Censor? I think that's what that name is. C3N50R. I've been trying to figure that out since you first asked that question. I was like, what is that name? I'm sometimes okay at deciphering leet speak, and sometimes I'm not. We've made good progress today. We went from 31 dwarves up to 35. Fuck yeah. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. I know I got one half. I'm working on the other half. It's the I at the end that's throwing me off. Yeah, I mean, I was like censor bot, but like, I don't know what the I bit is. That's what's throwing me off. Unless it's like an upside down exclamation point. It might just be an upside down exclamation point. So it's censored bot? There you go. Or censored booty. I mean, censored boobies would be funny, but that one I would have gotten right away. Bow, 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 bow. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Similar in consistency to toothpaste. That I knew. That I did know. Which is a little bit distressing. Just a little bit distressing. That sounds super gross. Can I eat some? Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't need to eat whale milk. Mix in chocolate. It's like a pudding. Oh, God. Forbidden pudding. I'm listening to music that I have licensed for the stream. Some of it's epic, some of it's not. And I also have a generator over on a online noise machine called My Noise, which is generating some natural forest sounds because we're above ground and there's forest there. So, yeah. I used to listen to a lot of video game soundtracks when I played DF, but now I'm just like, you know what? I don't even want to worry about fucking DMCA shit, so I just licensed a bunch of my own music. And I'm slowly working towards the dream goal future of just writing my own, because I miss writing music from back in the day. And I want to get back to that point where I can write music once again. Yeah, this is probably my favorite structure from this fort, which is amazing because, like, this fortress also has, you know, a nice little maze. But I don't know, I feel way less satisfied by this maze than this tavern. This tavern's way too cool. Although this fortress is way too mundane for a lot of the music I listen to. This fortress is more of a soap opera, less of a super action-packed affair. I save that for the weekends and the one-off forts. This fortress, we're just trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years, is the whole goal. We are currently on the year 194. We started on year 5, so we got like 15 years to get to year 200 for this fortress. I don't know anybody who's done that. Sock smell. But there is a person who has like taken a lute and a drum machine and a few other things and generated music based on the descriptions of the music. But I don't know anybody who's actually built the instruments. It's more like a 1,000-year trade hub. This fortress is trading with almost every faction in the entire known world. This is the upper area. And then all the way up here is where I keep my bees so that they don't sting my dwarves. And this is the outer walls. And the fortress itself is a giant pit. It goes down to here. And then, of course, there's like the little hallway around the outside. The forge is down the bottom right. This is where all the coffins go. This is the maze, which has a minotaur, 3 ettins, and a few other things in it. Mushrooms and drainage, and that's basically it. We do have access to the caverns, but they're locked off. There was a very scary forgotten beast down there for a bit, but it's vanished. So I don't know if it died. But yeah, I've been playing this for 6 months. We do play other forts, though, interspersed between. So. Like on Mario Day, we played the Mario Overhaul mod, which is extremely crashy on the most recent version in World Generation. Beyond World Generation, it's totally fine, but it does not like generating worlds. I knew that. Yeah. Baby whales are called calves. Whale calf. I learned that from Blue Planet, probably. I probably knew that before Blue Planet, but I just remember the sound of David Attenborough's voice talking about the whale calf. Archcrystal. Sathados made it. Yeah. Sathados actually had a dwarf in this fortress because every single dwarf in the fort is named after somebody from chat. And Sathados' real job in real life is gem cutter. So we made him a gem cutter. He cut many, 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 many perfect sards for us, including an artifact perfect sard. And he's cheering me on to try and beat his record. Although I'm not currently being as ambitious as Archcrystal. Archcrystal, you know, famously defeated Hell and has done a ton of stuff. But once this fortress is older than Archcrystal, because that lasted for 470 years, and it took him 6 years, by the way, to do that. 6 years to make Archcrystal and make it last for 470 years. Once this fortress is older than Archcrystal, I think I'm going to get much more ambitious because I won't care so much if I die. We are aiming for 1,000 years. That is the goal. But once we hit 470 years, many people have. I think Cupo's done it like a dozen times last year. So you just have to kill enough demons that they stop spawning. And that's defeating the circus. And they will eventually stop spawning. The thing is, in most worlds, one clown, I guess, is enough to kill a whole fort. You can't see them with DF hack on? Huh. That's a weird bug. So is it working now? Is that what you're saying? Get to maybe 20 years. You get the itch to go into adventure mode. I have other worlds for that, right? Every Saturday, well, I didn't last week, but that's because I took the weekend off. But most Saturdays, I play in a world that I have called the Day Forts world, where I do one-off fortresses, and I play adventure mode in that world. So this world is on an older version and different. Because this is on 04, not 05. Nature's always finding solutions and anything about obvious. Yeah, it keeps you on your toes. Stone. But yeah, no, it's a lot of marathoning. I mean, I've had some people ask me, they're like, have you thought about like abandoning this fort and re-embarking on it? But like for me, I think the whole thing for this fort is I need to keep it running for 1,000 years without doing anything else. Otherwise, it's kind of against the spirit of the whole idea. But we're beyond the point where we can ever get more migrants again. So right now, this fortress goes through phases where I'll have to spend like a few days just letting my dwarves make more dwarves because we need babies, which is why I have all these guys, which are very helpful. But, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right now. 9 children in the fort, 35 total dwarves. I need 40 dwarves before I can really start doing things again. They are a pain. They grow up really fucking slowly, and they eat a lot of food. Like, a lot of food. Like, you need so much grazing space for them. Elephants are one of those things that I think are kind of antiquated by what do you call it? Boat murdered. Are they strong? Yes. Are they still as strong? Yes. Are they way harder to breed? Oh yeah. That you cycle through? Yeah, absolutely. Regular elephants. But giant ones also take forever. They take just as long to grow up. I have 3 ettins in my basement, 2 males and 1 female, and I'm really hoping one day I'll magically get a baby ettin. I'm starting to think the male ettins are gay though, because we're not having so much luck, or they're sterile or something. Just give one lips. Yeah, I don't know. I've had them down there for like 80 years, so not so much luck. Maybe. I don't know. What else do I have in my basement? That's a sentence. What else do I have in my basement? 2 giantesses. I would like to one day get a giant. A minotaur. A vampire who lives in my walls. And a forgotten beast. That's all the stuff I have trapped in my basement. In the cavern layer, there are 4 forgotten beasts just chilling right now that I'm aware of. Although none of them are actually on screen right now. But they're down there. I swear. And in my actual home, I don't have a basement. So I live in an apartment. Well, I guess technically there's like parking beneath me, but that doesn't really count as my basement, though. I also have a storage room, locker with a TV in it. That's it. Is Forgotten Beast interesting? I can read it. I can read it if you like. One of the ones that's down in the cavern layer is a glass humanoid, which is killed, which I need to look up, because the thing has killed like at least a dozen other forgotten beasts. But this one, who I have trapped because I've used it off and on occasionally to make silk out of, is an enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically beware its webs. So a few times I have set it up so that I could harvest forgotten beast silk from it, and I've done it successfully a couple of times using this little side room here with these little fortifications and these ropes. I'll tie up pigs and it'll come around the corner and do that. But I don't know, it just kind of stopped being interested in doing that at a point, and it stopped moving, so I just kind of stopped bothering. But I've certainly done that. I beat the crap out of it. I actually didn't. No, most of that was it fighting with trolls on the way up. I didn't actually fight with it. Most of that was it fighting with Crundles and trolls on the way up. I did, however, like, you know, set up the entrance here from here, open this up, let it into the maze, and then coax it around this way so I could trap it in between these bridges and then wall the whole thing off. So it is sealed in there. It ain't getting out. There's my giantess right there. That's my minotaur. Those are my ettins. Then this is just the funsy range, because I've got a few dwarves that really like shooting ballistas. So if they really like ballistas, then I just let them shoot ballistas down there sometimes. Yeah, this fortress is a thing. We're on to great-great-grandchildren of the original 7. I mean, I built the labyrinth, and I was just sitting there crossing my fingers going, hope I get a minotaur, hope I get a minotaur, hope. And then, like, 20 years later, a minotaur showed up. I was like, yes! And so now I have a minotaur in my labyrinth. It's kind of great. I'm kind of hoping that, because I'll release this fortress again when I hit, what's the word? When the fortress hits 205 years, I'm going to release another save file. I've released the year 100 save file. But when or 105, I guess. But when this fort hits 200, I will release it again. I'm kind of hoping that people will go into it in adventure mode and explore it in adventure mode. I might actually do that, go and explore it in adventure mode and release some stuff and then pop back into the main save and keep going. But I have backups personal backups every 10 years, but when I hit the 100s, I release the save file, so... They die more easily than other beasts in World Gen. What, minotaurs? I mean, if you want fun creatures to show up at your fort, do a young world. So, like, if you want, like, minotaurs and cave dragons and what's the word I'm looking for here? Whatever the hydras, giants, ettins, all that shit. If you want that stuff, just have a world that's, like, less than 50 years old. Done. You'll find all that shit everywhere. And we started at year 5 in this one. Whereas like older worlds, it's like a lot more zombies and weird experiments and necromancers and grimdark shit. Whereas like if you have a young world, it's much more fantasy based. I know there's like some divisions between the Dwarf Fortress community where they're just like, oh, you should make a young world or you should make an old world because this one is more fun for whatever reason. I don't think that either of them are particularly harder. I don't think either of them are particularly more fun. I just think that they're very different and interesting for different reasons. What a were-human would look like? I mean, like a creature twisted into humanoid form? Like a cat that turns into a human once a month? Is that what you're saying? I mean, that's just called a furry, but, I mean, that can't happen, so. Although, to me, the concept of a werelorus is one of the most terrifying things in the world. Your fort always gets invaded by where this and where that and where giraffe, etc. Do you want tips on how to stop them earlier on, especially if it's early? Or just climbing for a few hundred years? Right now, it's just we're operating in the Dwarven breeding program. So I'm kind of waiting until I have a population of 40 dwarves before I really continue. Main projects is I'm converting most of the fort rooms down in the deep pit into this sky fortress. This little hallway over there to the right that currently leads to nowhere is going to turn into a library, and I'm going to do something over to the right of that. I'm not sure what yet. It's going to build into another tower. You disabled monster invasion in LNP? I mean, you can just do that in your like save file settings, but you don't have to do that in LNP. But all right, if you don't want tips on how to avoid them, then I won't give them. But where was I going? Coveted artifacts? Not really. I mean, I keep all my artifacts on pedestals. I got some artifacts up here, and I got a bunch down in the basement. None that are like super memorable. I got some pretty memorable books about glue and animal diets. Mostly it's more about interpersonal stories in this fortress, and not particularly, like, we're not at war with anything. Well, my faction is, but this fort isn't, because this fortress is too small population-wise to actually be at war with anything. We just trade with everybody. My big long-term goal for this fortress is I want a gremlin mayor, because gremlins have the exotic pet tag. So in theory, it is extremely unlikely, but possible, that elven traders could bring a tame gremlin. And so I want the elves who trade with me every year, who've already brought me multiple breeding pairs of unicorns, which is lovely. I want them to bring me a tame gremlin, because they can petition to join your fortress, and the only thing that they do is they wander around and talk with... all they do is they wander around and talk with your dwarves. So over time, because they live for a very long time / immortal, I think they might be immortal, they will just develop their speech skills, and speech skill is the main skill that is put towards elections in Dwarf Fortress. So as they just wander around and talk to people, because they have no moods, they can't go insane, they will just slowly talk to dwarves and slowly crank up that speech skill until they become so good at talking they just become your mayor. So my goal for the long-term goal for this fortress is I want to get a mayor. Do you know how to check who's infected, though? It's super easy. Like, I haven't had a were creature outbreak in a very long time, and I haven't even fought with one in ages. It is so easy to block them. Like, literally, lock doors, they can't run through doors. Have an animal or two outside, like just a dog or two, or something on a chain, or something in a spot where it can be easily distracted. It will pass to the animal. The animal will spot it earlier, so it won't get into your fortress. Don't attack it. Just back off from it. Use burrows to avoid actually fighting with them, and wait until they turn into a creature again. Top right of the screen, there is a moon, which is right next to your idlers count or the Z level count. It's right up there. That's a moon. It's like that on every single tile set. As long as it's a 0, it's a full moon. The second that stops being a 0, the moon ends, and they stop being a were creature. So just wait for them to stop being a were creature and smack them. If you go through the combat log in between fights, they are not infected unless it says that they've been bit. Every single time you find a person that's been bit during a fight, if a fight does break out, back out, jump into that character's menu or that dwarf's menu, and rename them to bit, or give them the job of bit, and then just put them in a room alone by themselves and lock the fucking door. Or drop a rock on their head, whatever you want to do. Or expel them if you want to infect the rest of your faction. Whatever works. But if you generate younger worlds, you'll have almost no were creatures. Has only a couple of days of playtime. Are you talking about like a couple of hours or like a couple of 24-hour sessions? Already experienced fun for a few times, but you'd like to continue for a bit longer than a few hours. So what you're saying is you've run out of shit to do? Hold on a second. Let me go to the wiki. I want to show you a page. Oh, you end up getting destroyed? Like, what do you keep getting destroyed by? Make a water cannon? Well, I mean, that's the, like, things to do in Dwarf Fortress list, which is just a bunch of, like, player-designed elves. Or player-designed endgame things, which is a pretty good page. Well, what keeps killing you? Raids? Okay, so you want to last longer? Set your population cap down to, like, something under 80, because you won't get raided until you have over 80 dwarves. So nothing can invade you unless you have more than 80 dwarves. You can get mega beasts at 50, and you can get were creatures at 20. So if you have 20 dwarves, you can get were creatures and vampires at 20. At 50 dwarves, you can get mega beasts, so dragons, bronze colossi, minotaurs, giants, all that shit at 50. And then if you have more than 80 dwarves, the goblins can invade you. So if you have less than 80 dwarves, the goblins can't invade you. But you can still have fun shit show up to fight with your soldiers, right? So set your population cap down to 80 dwarves, build for like 3 years until you're very secure, then crank it up to 200. Bring in the actual floods, and then you're more well prepared to fight the enemy. If that's the route you want to go. If you're super interested in combat in Dwarf Fortress, that's a good way to do it. Because then you're way more prepared for when the overwhelming hordes arrive. That, or what you could do is you could go into your settings and turn down the numbers that the hordes could bring, which is also a fun way to do it, because then you kind of can control like the actual size of the enemy invasions, which is a fuckload of fun. Another thing that you can do is learn about some of the more crazy traps you can build in Dwarf Fort. If you want to get real fancy, you could learn how to make minecart shotguns, which is a very effective way to kill most of your own dwarves as well as most of the enemies at the same time. But as far as like things to do, just my main piece of advice for people who are asking similar questions to this is generally try and find non-violent ways of enjoying Dwarf Fortress, because the weakest portion of Dwarf Fortress is its combat. The combat logs are incredible. They're very detailed and wonderful, and that's how we've gotten things like a lion was thrown into another lion to kill the lion. Like those amazing, or like the amazing descriptions of like a dwarf picking up a puppy and throwing it at a bronze colossus and taking its head off. Like those great combat logs are wonderful. But combat is the weakest portion of Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion. The strongest portion of Dwarf Fortress is its ability to create worlds, right? Think of yourself as, this is how I play Dwarf Fortress. I think of myself as a DM for an entire world. I'm building this world, and I'm influencing this world to do things. So what is the most interesting thing I can do with the world? Not necessarily what is the most interesting thing I can do with the fort or the one adventurer that I'm playing with right now. What is the most fun I could have with the ability to create and design this world? Investments are open if anybody wants it. So that's my spiel on that shit. Also, Stone, we got paperwork incoming. The tributes have arrived. We're very deep underground. I mean, that's another thing you can also do is like change your population count and try and build in a cavern. Try and survive against different kinds of threats. Maybe limit yourself. Say, okay, I can only build my fortress below layer 100, but you still need to get up to the surface for some things. Try and build in the first cavern layer. Try and build in the second cavern layer. Change up your world gen so it generates very different looking worlds, and then you get to build in a completely different environment. There's so many things you can do. It's very much like the original one of the original make your own fun games, right? Like Dwarf Fortress has been a make your own fun game since before make your own fun games were popular. Mule, Raven, and a donkey. Huh. You didn't bring the horse to make more mules? The fuck, guys? That's actually kind of funny. That's an easy one for you. It's one page, man. But I don't know. I'm very excited for the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress just because it'll be so many more people to tell stories about Dwarf Fortress with, right? Like right now, like a lot of the fun of Dwarf Fortress is telling stories of things that have happened to your forts in Dwarf Fortress, even if it's the classic, you know, like, oh, one dwarf was stuck outside and got attacked by a were creature and then came inside and infected the whole fort. No. Like those kind of stories, like those are classic, but like still kind of fun. But having more people to be able to tell those stories to is going to be a lot of fun, and I can't wait for that. Okay, they're just leaving. Oh my god. Well, that's going to take 17,000 years. It's moving so slowly. I wonder if mules can breed with unicorns. I doubt it. Why are they giving me tributes? Because I've demanded that they give me tributes. More accurately, it's because I wanted to trade with them, but I figured I'd demand ongoing tribute anyway. You can demand ongoing tribute when you're raiding people. One of the options is instead of raid or like attack them, you can just demand tribute. Single time or ongoing. I demanded ongoing tribute of every single human faction, and they've been bringing me annual tributes ever since. Hundreds of tributes. Once a year. Basically, we're running a protection racket out of Longdeath. Can't be made in game. I know. Make me sad. For a split second, I thought this human's name was Leto, and I was like, oh god. It's the shitty Joker. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is now out on Steam. I might have to buy that after stream. For me, not for you. Just wait for the Steam version, General. Just wait for the Steam version. Quite literally, it's like, those people who are just like, but that's just work, or but that's ugly, or but that's just old. Like, just wait for the Steam version. And you want to know why I tell people to just wait for the Steam version when it comes to that sort of stuff? Okay. You want to know what's also a game that's not the most detailed visually and super complicated and super deep and super intimidating? Fucking this. Europa Universalis. It's a fucking ugly-ass map with fucking ugly-ass UI. It's pretty art, but, like, it's just an ugly-ass map. And because it has 60,000 very positive reviews, people look at that and they go, ah, yes, a good video game that lots of people like. Must be good. It is a fantastic game. But, like, it also has, what? $410 in DLC? Whereas Dwarf Fortress will probably have a lot of reviews. And they'll probably be quite positive. And it'll be $20 with no DLC. So, like, literally just wait for that. And then you'll have X number of review reasons why you should tell your friends to buy the game. Because the more people review a game on Steam, the more it kind of snowballs. Did they arrive and immediately leave? I think they did. A caravan arrived and instantly left from the mountain home. Good job, guys. An amber opal figurine. Well, that's going on a... That's going on there. I use Europa Universalis as my comment on this discussion now over CK3, because CK3 actually looks quite pretty. They finally made a good-looking one of those. Actually, that's not true. Stellaris is quite pretty, but yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to find out now, aren't we? We're gonna have to find out now, aren't we? Of bobcats. This is an amber opal figurine of bobcats. The item is an image of bobcats in amber opal. Lovely. That's definitely going on this. Also, in my headcanon, I know it's the animal bobcat. I am just choosing to imagine it's actually being a amber opal. I'll also put that up here. An amber opal figurine of bobcat tractors. That's that's my mental image of that. I mean, I've never really gotten into any Paradox games. I just use them as the example of big, complicated, hard to learn games that are mostly harder to actually play than Dwarf Fortress and harder to learn with just as many mechanics, if not more, than Dwarf Fortress. That you actively need to pay attention to, with just as poor UI as Dwarf Fortress. The only difference is when you go to play Dwarf Fortress for the first time, you see this. Versus if you go to play Europa Universalis, well, you know. You see, I didn't actually have it popped up. You see this. So. They're just cat girls. No. No, we have cat girls. They're cat people. Well, cougar people? Actually, I don't think, like, because domestic animals have happened, so there isn't cat people. We could have werecats, but we can't have cat people. But we could have cougar people? Totally different from cat people. Or lion people? They're just lying about everything. It's very hard to find a truthful lion person. God, that is such a bad joke. I need to... Yeah, I know. On this! I mean, why do I need to disagree? And when did I say that tile sets don't make it more accessible? Please, Frackle, tell me, when did I say that tile sets make Dwarf Fortress less accessible? I don't recall ever saying that. If I did, that's news to me. I try. Thanks, Socks. Why we need to specify that middle-aged women can be... I don't know why that's so fucking funny to me, but it is. The only thing that I've ever said, Frackle, is I find a capital D and a lowercase c easier to differentiate from a tiny pixel art cat and a tiny pixel art dog. That's me. It's got nothing to do with you guys. And it's got nothing to do with the visuals. And it's got nothing to do with tile sets. I've always been one of those people who says, use the tile set that you fucking like! Just don't make me look at Neff's tile set, because I don't like it. It's too detailed. I dislike. It's got nothing to do with me disagreeing. I completely agree that tile sets make the game more accessible to normal people. I'm not a normal person. I'm a sociopath. Of course it doesn't work to me. Also, I have less eyesight than, like, the vast majority of people, right? So, just because I prefer a more vanilla take. I like this tile set a lot because it's like this nice middle of the ground line. I know a lot of people that have picked up variations of Krug Smash's tile set like this one who say that it's the easiest tile set they've ever used, and they've also tried using things like Space Fox. It's just a very fucking simple tile set. It's like everything that needs to not be ASCII is not ASCII. You know, beds, tables, etc. But everything else that is ASCII is super quick to discern. Well, that would require me using DFHack, and I'd rather not make the game crash unnecessarily. I like text will be text in theory, but I don't see the point because it's incredibly pointless. All it does is make the game crash more. But Vedelinger looks fine. I like Vedelinger a lot more than Mef's. Mef's tile set's the only one I kind of don't like. They all look fine, but like if given the option, I will use ASCII. That being said, when the Steam version drops, I will be using that tile set for probably a good chunky amount of time, at least for the first couple months. I think Phobius is so ugly. I don't know why. I just I'll use it if it's given to me, but it's like I can use it. I know what everything looks like in it, but it's like I don't know. It's just such a bland looking tile set. Heresy? Not heresy. It's opinions. Although I've had people tell me that this tile set looks like it's garbage. Really? People still use Mayday's tile set? That's awesome. Mayday's like next on my need to interview people list. I've had Tarn multiple times, and now I've had Meth. I need to get Zach and Mayday. Those are two I'm working on. I have a weird feeling that on Thursday we're going to see pictures of goblins, though. There's been a few released pictures of goblins. I know Mayday was teasing a picture of a goblin on crutches ages ago. Could find it, actually. Hold on. Let me dig this up. It was just posted on the Kid Fox Discord, so. me just dig this up. Hold up. This is a very small image, but it's this guy. That's the image of a goblin that I have. It's a goblin with crutches! It's great! Yeah, Mayday posted that on the Kit Fox Discord ages ago. It's a goblin with crutches. I like it too. He was asking if it read well, if people knew what it was. I think it reads quite well for how small it is. Like, how often are you actually going to see goblins with crutches, though? Generally, you'll see a goblin or a goblin in 150 pieces. What I want to know is if we're going to see decapitations. Because, like, heads can sail off in an arc, but are we going to see, like, a severed head and then a full goblin corpse elsewhere? Or is it going to be a headless corpse when their head gets cut off? Like, that's going to be brutal if you have a dwarf just get beaten to a pulp by your hammerer, for example, and, like, 4 fingers go over there, a head's over there, a leg's over there, and, I don't know, the body is an unrecognizable mass of gore. That's going to be hard to look at. That's going to be hard to look at. Me too. Like, that's something that I haven't talked about in videos at all because I don't want to get people excited. Is back. Yeet. Welcome's back. Welcome's back. It's time to deal with the garbage. But yeah, no, I kind of have to be careful about what I talk about on the videos because a lot of people pay like 12% attention to YouTube videos and then just take everything that I say as fact and assume I'm the developer. So I have to be careful with speculation comments. That's one of the most shocking things, I think, to me about the Dwarf Fortress news videos that I've done is how many people seem to think that I'm Tarn Adams. Or seem to think that I'm some oracle of the future who just knows when every game's going to be released. Am I better at obsessing over things and being informed than most people? Probably. Thonk. Masterwork? Probably a cooked meal. Yeah, definitely meals. All my chefs are upset. Rotten meal. Got crushed. We finally found the moose dead. Well, that's good. I'm alive, Reznok. How is you? Long time no see. Like, fucking long ass time. Yeah, as though you were Tarn's avatar. I mean, I don't know. I'm too young to develop Dwarf Fort. The physical manifestation of the concept? Now that is factually false. Every single line of that sentence, Hobo, is factually false. To mid-autumn of the year 194. Not bad. 2.5 years. Yeah, you vanished from like 2016, I think, till like 2019 and then popped back up a couple of years ago. Hopefully college and shit was good. Hopefully you survived. Hopefully 2020 wasn't too rough. For those of you who don't know, like 10 bajillion years ago, Reznok was a mod on this stream. Like 7,500 years ago. Very, very long time. Things were very different then. What the fuck's that? Oh, it's a bismuth bronze thing. Okay. Ah, dang it. Someone got a beating. Oh. I fucked up. And, so my current mayor is, very demanding. For things. And, I sometimes miss the mandates. And I missed one, and so Stone got locked up. Hopefully this doesn't make Stone go completely insane. But Stone's about to be let out. It was a very short sentence in prison, so that's good. Feels free after being released from prison. Angry after being confined. Pleasure after being near a fine restraint. And pleasure near a completely sublime container. One of the first things that happened to me, one of the things that made me feel like I've been streaming for a really long time. Yeah, I know, it sucks, right? It's okay. I'm sure Stone will go through a quick redemption story. But one of the things that really made me feel like I've been streaming for a long time was when Dr. Soaps started watching the stream again. Because he was like, hey, remember me? I used to be Aaron with a bunch of numbers. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that name. He's like, do you remember how I was in med school? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I'm a heart surgeon now. So like right when I was starting streaming, way back when, back at the beginning of the days, like 2014, 2013 era, me, he was just some dude who watched me who was just starting med school. And he's like, and now he's a full-time heart surgeon. And it's like, what am I doing with my life? Anyway, I wouldn't change it for the world, but God, there are some days, there's just some days where it's like, holy fuck, what happened? It's been 7,000 years and my back hurts. I do certainly have those moments from time to time where it's like, what the fuck happened? You want to practice a craft, you want meals. You want to practice a martial art too. Okay. Well, I think it's time to repopulate the bear fighters. getting the whole squad training. The whole crew up in training. Hobbyist squads and the professional squads. It's been a while since I've done this. Like, the majority of my fort is just sparring now. Sparring in a waterfall. But yeah, it's just knowing that someone could go completely through med school in the time that I've been streaming is kind of scary. I just got an email about the launch of the special edition of Samurai Showdown. Yeah, that's totally relevant to my streams. Do you need training weapons? Never use training weapons. Period. Unless you're really dedicated to role-playing. No, you just use regular weapons. They won't hurt each other. There used to be problems in older versions of Dwarf Fortress where you had to use training weapons, or dwarves would injure themselves. But fortunately, that's been removed a long time ago, so dwarves will now spar. So all that you need is something that can be made into a barracks, so like an armor stand or a weapon rack. You need squads, and then you need... you don't even need weapons. They could just spar. So you need... Have you made a squad? What you need to do is you need to hit Q. You need to select anything that can be made into an armory. Press R, and then press Enter, and then hit T on the squads you want to train there, and then set them to training. And then, so go to the squad menu, select the squad you want, hit T to set them to active and training, set them to training, and then they will spar. Otherwise, they will not spar, and they will just sit there forever and just be assigned soldiers and pretend to be defensive. Things that can be used for... Things that can be used for this are things like, I want to say cabinets can be used to make barracks. Yes, cabinets, chests, obviously armor stands, weapon racks, but you need something to be able to make an armory. No, a barracks is just where they sleep. They need a barracks / armory, and then they need to be selected and told to train there. Otherwise, they will not do that. Also, weren't you talking earlier about having trouble with your dwarves dying in raids? Because that they're going to be real bad in combat if they haven't been sparring and training. So that's going to be the first 1-minute tutorial that I've done in a long time. They do individual training in the barracks, but no sparring. Yeah, no, they will only go train as individuals. But if you want them to spar as groups and actually get better at things, you need to make sure that they're assigned to training and active, and you need to make sure that there is a barracks / armory assigned, and then tell them to go train. Let's begin the fun. Have fun dying. But I think kind of on that note, Felix become a hammer lord. A hammered lord, the best kind of lord. I think we've put a good amount of time in today. We've actually, I think, done more than normal. We've done like closer to 6 hours worth of dwarfs. We're almost in the year 195, so we are 11 years away from year 200. And I think it's time for us to save Longdeath. We're not ending the stream, but we are switching games. If you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress, let's see if there's someone I can recommend. Pythania is streaming. They are very good at adventure mode. It's the easiest one for me to recommend just off looking at who's on. Pythania would be my recommended stream. We're going to go play Jupiter Hell for the remainder of the stream, which is top-down procedurally generated turn-based Doom, basically. Which is a game that I'm very fond of. So that's what we're going to be doing for the remainder of the stream. If you just want more DF from me, there's more Dwarf Fortress over on my YouTube channel that you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And I don't know. I'll yell about a Patreon that I have because this is how I pay my bills. But now it's time for me to put a marker in the stream and jump to a different thing. Is there a particular reason you use spears? Okay, if you don't have adamantine, spears are the best weapon. Next to whips. Unless you have a lot of silver, in which case then hammers are the best.